It's not that late now, is it? Anywho, I am Crafty Andy. Excuse me. So let me just cough right into the mic. Anyways, see this channel? CraftyARts. Do artwork and storytelling. WeirdZoRs. Furry stuff. Pause off. Gaming highlights. Pause off live when we do live streams. Live streams of games, video games. Eventually do board games and other things. We do D&D as well. Nuggetz is the channel I'm editing for. If you want to check that out, if you want to tip me, $2 is what I got for my Patreon. There you are. There you are. There you have it. Let's see what's going on in the world today.
Our work at democracynow.org/give. We begin the show in Gaza, where Israel's conducting a military raid on Al-Shifa, the largest hospital in Gaza, where thousands of Palestinians have sought refuge or medical treatment. The Palestinian Authority has decried the raid as a violation of international law. There are reports Israeli troops have ordered all young men on the hospital grounds to surrender. Many Palestinian men are already being interrogated, some while being held naked and blindfolded. Israel's accused Hamas of placing a command center below Al-Shifa, but Hamas and hospital officials have denied the claim. Israeli tanks are now inside the hospital complex. This is Dr. Ahmed Al-Mokalati, a plastic surgeon at Al-Shifa.
The other thing is we can't look through the windows or doors. We don't know what's happening. We can't stand
really, man?
Within the hospital. We can hear.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, we hear now. But again, it's totally scary situation.
So what are these sounds, doctor? I'm hearing sounds.
It's continuous shooting from the tanks. We don't know what to do. We are within the building, each one within the building they are in. We can't move between the hospital buildings at all, for sure. So we are with each other, with the patients, with the civilians within the hospital. It's totally scary situation.
Doctors in Al-Shifa are struggling to keep patients alive, including dozens of premature babies amidst a lack of fuel and the ongoing Israeli military raid.
I'm standing here at the ICU at Al-Shifa Medical Complex. The department is suffering after the shutdown of electricity due to the lack of fuel. The health ministry warned about the lack of the fuel. This department today at dawn was struck directly by the Israeli occupation forces. Here also, the ICU and these children, who were on life machines and artificial respiration, were taken into the corridors of the ICU department. These people here were denied life support devices. They face the loss of their lives because there are no support machines or artificial respiration devices. Around 29 patients are facing this tragedy.
We're joined now by Dr. Mads Gilbert, Norwegian physician who's worked in Al-Shifa for years, just spent weeks in Cairo trying his best to get into Gaza. He's a professor at University Hospital of North Norway and the Arctic University of Norway, who's worked with Palestinians since 1981, was in Gaza there during the major Israeli bombardments of 2006, 2009, 2012, and 2014. Dr. Gilbert, where are you right now?
Right now, I arrived this early morning in Johannesburg in South Africa. I will be on an invited speaking tour here on Gaza and Palestine.
We just have a few minutes, but I know that you've been speaking to people with...
All right, where are we?
Look, we don't want these... They trust Trump. 53%. That give me a fucking break. Just the chance to be surprised against it because like it's no Palestinian genocide.
There it is.
That there's really a crossover issue
issue. You can actually win some.
This is one of the videos that our patrons on our new merch tier Patreon level recommended to us. So we're going to take a look at it. All the rich
quarter to half a million people that have, as a result of this ongoing conflict, could have been saved with a peace deal.
I mean, Russia has been meddling in.
Another article focused on fictional stories and it says produced under Copeland's pseudonym. Another article, Copeland in women's clothing and.
All right, what are we doing here?
In
I need to hear this.
Our patrons on our new merch tier.
Ohio's definitely become way more of a red state, and to see this do that.
This is one of the video.
Ah, there we go. All right.
Videos that our patrons on our new merch tier Patreon level recommended to us. So we're going to take a look at it. It's like 12 minutes long, so obviously not going to watch it all. But this is Kyle Kalinske talking about patrons on our new merch tier Patreon level recommended to us. So we're going to take a look at it. It's like 12. But this is Kyle Kalinske talking about a level recommended to us. So we're going to take a look at it. It's like 12 minutes long, so obviously not going to watch it all. Level. But this is Kyle Kalinske talking about a potential Russia-Ukraine peace deal.
Whoa! Did Donald Trump
Right,
call
guys,
them up?
so here is what I would call a shocking development. Now,
Well, I think people should know, what's happening with this is that support for the Ukraine war has been waning in the American public for the last year or so, and they've reached a point where basically a stalemate has happened in Ukraine. It's turning into like trench warfare, where
Oop, here we go. Oh, that's August. What about recently? Interesting. Okay. 21% of Americans overall say the U.S. is doing too much. Has risen. 33% down from 20. All right, let's get some polls here. Yellow polls. Yeah, I could probably argue how it's conducted, but whatever. You know, someone wants to check my source, they can check the fucking source. Whoa, what was that? Oh, I gotta relink it. Oh. Anyway, get some clips there. Why is it upside down? I didn't fucking do it upside down. What the fuck sense does that make?
Or, you know, like.
Alright, put that right there.
Like Trent in the American public for the last year or so.
Alright, and we're going to speed up the rest of this to 200 so I can get all the swears out.
And they've reached a point where basically a stalemate has happened in Ukraine. It's turning into like trench warfare.
Boom. Yeah, just finding stuff to support Paul here. Deep fat fried. Dylan Burns.
Burns and Scotty has
Can I get the there we go. Put the thumbnail with it. Boop.
Where, you know, like victories are measured in inches, that sort of thing, and it looks like it's going to go on and on and on. And so
I don't think they even listened to most of this video.
So with this Israeli-Palestinian genocide that's going on right now.
Talking about 2024, dude.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
With this Israeli-Palestinian genocide going on right now, lawmakers are starting to question, like, how much longer are we going to be sending, you know, $20 billion every 2 or 3 months to Ukraine? Like the support for this has waned even in the political community now. And so now there's this question of, and see, this is why I was an advocate right from the start for this type, because now all of a sudden you start hearing peace treaty deals being thrown around, and it's like,
lives in mail.
Thank you, Paul. The check in mail, Paul.
Still alive.
And
you know what I mean? Are you arguing that they're better off dead than Russian? Are they better off dead than Russian? Are they better off dead than Russian? Are they better off dead than living in Russia? If the answer is
liberty or give me death, Paul.
If the answer is yes, then I'd love to hear you fucking go through why. And I always love when people put other people's lives on the line for an ideal too. That's my favorite. Isn't it easy to put Ukrainian lives on the line for your fucking stupid little political ideals over here? You cannot fucking lie and tell me it would not be better for fucking the Ukraine if they would have just immediately capitulated to whatever Russia, like Putin is asking for.
Capitulation. So this one's kind of relevant, maybe.
So after an entire generation of Ukrainian people have been ground into pulp, like losses there are absolutely fucking staggering. Not to even mention the Russian losses.
Wish I could just pull a clip quickly so I can like vindicate him because he's right. He was right all along.
Pulp.
This whole conflict with Ukraine and Russia was just like what pushed me over to the idea of just like fuck nation states in general. Fuck our lives being toyed with in these fucking games for the ultra powerful. Especially when they're not even decided upon by everyday people that have to live in the country under their fucking boot. Oh yeah, we decided for you that this country's going to go for war, and you might be in the middle of it. Hope you can hang your head up high still. Hope you can get through this. Good luck, because we'll be fine no matter what happens. Actually, I wonder if I could find it on the fucking channel itself. Do a search on videos. And probably skim through this real quick.
I'm gonna play the experience card. Be like, he's just young and naive. He doesn't know how badly this is gonna get fucked up, and in 10 years he'll be apologizing.
As for the idea that I don't have enough experience on this, it is true that I am not old, and you are old.
You're downplaying how bad America really can be.
No, I think this is just a lack of experience on your half earlier with the aging. I think it's a lack of experience with how brutal the Russian occupation is here.
I'm not saying you have research. Obviously, you know a lot. I'm not challenging your knowledge. I'm
not saying I know for sure
your infallibility.
I'm not saying God. I never said it was infallible. I don't know what I think you're just strawmanning me, TJ.
I'm not trying to.
I think you are a little bit.
There's a line that Russia said if you cross this line, it's nuclear war. So why didn't America do the same? If we really cared so much about this Ukraine, we could have locked it down like that. Hey everybody, welcome to Onion Nuggets. We are here today with Dylan Burns, and Scotty has chickened out. Fears the burns, as I've said on numerous occasions. So Scotty's out. That's a lame excuse about it's my birthday. Get out of here. Quit lying.
Wow. I can't believe he hates Ukraine. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. I can't believe after months and months of trying, we finally got Dylan Mulvaney to come on the show.
I'm happy to be here.
Yeah. Finally, Dylan Mulvaney is here. Wait.
You know, I have the long enough hair. I think I could pull it off.
So that Budweiser shit, pretty fucking crazy, right?
The thing that gets me about it, it wasn't even that big of a. It wasn't a big like promotion. I think they made like a single beer can and they gave it to her, right? And that was it.
Dylan Bird's CIA asset.
Am I correct? That's all that was? I thought like they were putting her face on like every beer can or something with how angry everybody got.
No, it was like a thing that I think they only sent it to her. Like, I think they sent her like some special cans so that she could do like a promo, like, hey, look, my face is on a can. I don't think a single, unless I'm mistaken, I don't think a single Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light was sold anywhere.
I wonder,
as far as I know.
I wonder how much she could sell that for now. The only Dylan Mulvaney can that could.
Oh, if you had a Dylan Mulvaney can, I'd buy it from you.
Honestly, what she should do is she should sell it and she should market it as like, oh man, for like all those like rednecks want to like go out and shoot it. That should be like the picture because you saw in defense against the Russians. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't be asking for the weapons. And if it wasn't the case, we probably wouldn't have seen so much success on the battlefield by the Ukrainians from using these Western backed munitions.
This was actually a pretty pleasant discussion overall. I agree that Dylan does not know how much the fucking U.S. can fuck you over. And I have a feeling like a lot of people are going to get sold out whatever deal Ukraine and Russia come up with.
Which they used to take back the rest of the Kharkiv Oblast, which they used to take back Kherson, in which they're currently trying to use to take back Zaporozhye and the rest of the Kherson Oblast through this current counteroffensive. And they might even use to take back Bakhmut. So who knows exactly what...
And people are going to get over the idea, like, no one said that Ukraine can't defend
the
itself.
war. Well, my main point is
Russia might retake one.
Kind of, when it comes to, like, tanks invading your country, it's kind of hard not to defend yourself. Or flee. If that should happen here, I think I think I'd peace out with my husbands and we leave the country.
Of those previous, you know what I mean? Like, I do not agree that it's out of the realm of possibility that 10 years on this conflict could still be going.
Not at the
experience.
Not in the way that it's currently going. It might become a frozen conflict, but when you talk about the rate of
hey, Dylan's right. It did become a frozen conflict.
Death and destruction, I don't see the Russians and the Ukrainians being able to sustain this for 10 years. I mean, there's a possibility where maybe backed by a very stubborn West, continuing to support the Ukrainians, they could support it financially and maybe with munitions. But the Russians, I mean, they've burnt through a very significant portion of their tank stockpile in a year and a half. I think like 30 to like 35% of it already. And so I don't see how they keep that up for another 9 years. They don't have the production capacity. They don't have the foreign exports. So I just don't think it's like financially even feasible. The Russian government has seen its, I think, energy profits and government revenues drop by about 50%. They've increased military spending by 200 to 300%. So I understand like the idea makes sense, but it's just not. I don't think it's financially or physically feasible with just the materials that both sides have for the last.
I mean, don't they have? I mean, it's my understanding that Russia is operating on a very capitalistic fiat type of currency. Why don't they just do what we do when we're $1 trillion plus?
The ruble is sadly not that strong. They've introduced a lot of like price controls to the ruble, and that actually led to the ruble being on paper very strong like a month to 2.
President Biden on Thursday asked Congress to approve another $20.6 billion in additional funding for Ukraine as the country's military struggles to achieve a decisive victory in its counteroffensive against Russia.
This war.
President Biden on Thursday asked Congress to approve another $20.6 billion in additional funding for Ukraine as the country's military struggles to achieve a decisive victory in its counteroffensive against Russia.
This war was insanely popular at the very beginning of it a year and change ago, and people were gleefully posting those polls about how the balance of Americans were supporting this. Have you seen any of the recent polling on it?
No.
Support just eroding. Support, just like I said it was going to. Slowly but surely, people lose their taste for blood.
Oh yeah,
and we're on our way to exactly what I described. A deeply unpopular boondoggle of a war.
There's so many things that could happen that no one fucking sees.
Billions and billions and billions of dollars of American spending just get flushed down the crapper over and over and over again.
President Biden on Thursday asked Congress to any action, especially an action as provocative as throwing a bunch of weapons on a geopolitical conflict. You might want to really be fucking careful about that, like intensely careful.
This is one of my main critiques of the Biden administration, and that's probably different than one of your guys' critiques of the Biden administration, is he's been too slow in weapons deliveries. And that the way the war has gone is that for the first month or two, the entire government was basically in a state of, is the government going to collapse? Is it not going to collapse? Are they going to hold it up? But once they did, they ever slowly like changed the position where at the start of the war it was like, we're not going to send this, this, and this, because they didn't think it was a possibility for the Ukrainians to do as well as they did. They kind of shocked the world. Nobody expected the Ukrainians to do as well.
I'm going to tell you a position that I don't think Paul would agree with, but I think maybe you'd agree with. I don't know. I'll run it by you.
Okay.
But you know, very early on in this conflict, I was like, look, if America's going to get involved in this, I don't believe in this half-measure shit. If we're going to get involved in this, I think we need to just fucking get in Ukraine and be like, hey, Russia, if you fucking set one foot in here, it's World War III, bitch.
I thought I was going to agree with you, then I don't agree with you.
No, because no one does, because I'm very extreme with shit. Like, if we're going to go, we're going to
This is what I'm
fucking
talking
go.
about. You're either like 100% or 0. I think there's a balance that can be found.
Nah, fuck balance. Balance is a goddamn...
definitely,
balance is a delusion of the human mind, in my opinion. People are always, oh yeah, see, look, we figured it all out. No, you haven't. It's do or die.
I think that the American government being able to find a scenario where they can supply the Ukrainian government largely based upon stockpiles that we're not even using of equipment that like old...
Absolutes are dumb isn't an absolute. Fucking dipshit. Jeffrey Epstein, got here. That is a fucking absolute, bitch.
I think
self-defeating.
I think the amount of support that Americans have for aid to Ukraine would go down if American soldiers were on the ground dying in Ukraine. After the war in Iraq and after the war in Afghanistan, Americans are not...
Sorry, go ahead.
Americans are just, my point is Americans are not super eager to send their boys overseas again to get killed. And so that's why Americans are still, a plurality or a majority of them still support aid, because they can support Ukraine while not having to get their soldiers.
There's still boys being killed.
But hey, look, is Russia gonna cross that line if we did that though? Is Russia really be like, yeah, World War III, it's on?
It's impossible.
0% fucking chance. 0% chance. No fucking way.
I don't think that's the case. I don't
0% chance. Even they're not that fucking.
I don't think that's the case either, and that's another point in my opposition for this. Is I think that this is brinksmanship. I think that we're talking about the two largest nuclear powers in the world engaging in proxy warfare against one another.
So, before I address it, can I address the Civil War thing earlier? I never got to.
Sure.
There's another war that I watched a movie on. What was it called? Kind of a half documentary, half movie. It's a proxy war that happened in Africa, in an African country. And it lasted for like 30 years. It was like after the government collapsed, Russia and America, and later even South Africa got involved, trying to claim this territory due to all the resources available, the oil and other minerals. And that's how that's just how it seems here. It's just like the same shit over and over again. And that was a war that happened that started in the 70s and went on until 2010, 2012 officially. Now I gotta look it up. Gotta look it up. It was launched at Bashir. Man, I fucking rented it. I fucking recorded it. I fucking rented it and watched it. I watched it. Where is it? What was it? It's this one. Legend of the Overfiend. Oh yeah, a movie I downloaded. That's right, there's penises. Unicorn Wars, nope. Congress, god damn the fucking movie. That was good. Man God, Bones and All. Yeah, where was Another Day of Life, there it is. Alright.
It's 1975. My name is Ryszard Kapuscicki. I work for the Polish press agency. A new Africa is being born in Angola. Many are convinced this country will turn into a hell. In Angola, they have a word for this. Confusão. A state of anarchy and disorder. Those who could were fleeing Angola. Me?
Angola.
There's no way I wasn't going to be here. I want to go south.
Are you crazy?
The Southern Front. This is where the war...
The war in Angola beginning in 1995, continuing until 2002. So that'd be 27 years. The war began immediately after Angola became independent from Portugal. It was a power struggle between two former anti-colonial guerrilla movements, the Communist People's Movement, which was being backed by Russia, and the Anti-Communist National Union for Total Independence of Angola, backed by the US. And yeah, atrocities were committed. Some people turned coat. Internal dynamics with the exceptional degree of foreign military and political involvement. The war is widely considered a Cold War proxy conflict as the Soviet Union and the United States, with their respective allies Cuba and South Africa, assisted the opposing factions. conflict became closely intertwined with the Second Congo War, neighboring Democratic Republic of Congo. Yep. Landmines still litter countryside and contribute to ongoing civilian casualties. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that amazing? Yep. This movie does put the communists in a more favorable light. Yeah. Looks like UNITA is exclusive in employing child soldiers. So that's one point against them, I guess. We'll have a bunch of films. Interesting. It's just one of those things, like, you know, you don't get taught about it in school, so you just like come across it on your own. In this case, because a fucking movie came out, and I'm like into indie films and especially obscure animated films like this.
Because now, all of a sudden, you start hearing peace treaty deals being thrown around. And it's like, so after an entire generation of Ukrainian people have been ground into pulp,
right.
Like losses there are absolutely fucking staggering.
Alright. Let's get to work on this shit, though.
Sure, go ahead. So the Civil War thing, I would understand maybe more of a concern in like 2014 when they had the volunteer battalions. Are you familiar with volunteer battalions?
Well, look, I want to say that like my thing about the Civil War, that's not a critique of any specific political situation going on in Ukraine. I don't feel qualified to even put that forth. I'm just saying that generally speaking, if you destabilize a country, divisions that already existed within that country are going to boil over. And you know,
Euromaidan showed us that those divisions exist in Ukraine.
Ukraine is a deeply fucking, divided country when this conflict starts. Obviously, they've banded together to a great degree to fight this war. But if this war goes on and conditions get to be more intolerable to the point where people are starving and miserable and all this stuff, countrywide, then that could definitely bring out some internal turmoil, some resentment that could boil off into civil war, even if Russia is ultimately at the end of the day repelled.
So I think there's some distinctions when we compare Afghanistan, for example, and the situation that happened with supporting the Mujahideen, and when we talk about Ukraine. And I think that makes it kind of hard to compare these.
Ukrainians are white, so come on.
Exactly. So yeah, that was my third point, but I'll skip that point then. So my first point is Afghanistan, by its geography encourages decentralization. It's not a very geographically united country, and its mountains, and it's not super interconnected infrastructure, and it kind of encourages, it makes it very easy for you to start a resistance movement or for you to oppose the central government. This is part of the reason why the Taliban, up until very recently, never had control of the whole country, even before invasion, because the Northern Alliance had control of the mountainous north of the country. Because again, Afghanistan's geography does not encourage a strong centralized government. It was the same problem we ran into during the occupation. Is that Afghanistan, due to its geography, is very difficult to go out and fight the rebels. It's very difficult for central government to properly tax and do proper censuses. And so I think Afghanistan is unique in its ability to not be a super strong central authority and to fight and kill, and it's not special how they kill each other, but their geography encourages decentralization, which could also encourage civil war. When we talk about Ukraine, that same geography does not exist. That's the first point. But also, as TJ mentioned, the country has become much more united now, and the authority in the country is much more centralized than it was in 2014 during Euromaidan.
My worry is not about Ukraine like factionalizing in the midst of this war. Of course, Ukraine is much more united now than it was pre-invasion. Invasions have a tendency of clarifying that sort of thing. What I'm worried about is what happens when tempers cool. Things work out however they work out. Russia annexes the Donbass and pulls back for another 10 years till they go for another scoop, or Ukraine pushes Russia out. What's going to happen?
Well,
with these billions and billions and billions of dollars of American weapons that now exist in this country that has old and very real and deep political divisions.
Well, I would say that none of the political divisions that I've seen while present, maybe that'll change in the future, makes me believe that they're anywhere close to that, or that it would lead to like a shooting conflict between Ukrainians. Obviously, I can't see into the future, but what would happen to these weapons most likely is that they would continue to be held by Ukrainian armed forces in case the Russians ever invade again. They probably continue to train on them, and we probably continue to integrate them more on Western weapon systems. But here's something to consider, though. One of Ukraine's goals is to join the EU and to join NATO. And from even the most right-wing, like ultra-nationalist people I've met in this country, they all agree that that should be the ultimate goal once this is all over, to join the European Union and to join NATO. It is very hard for me to think of Ukraine between joining NATO and the European Union, having this clear path towards economic prosperity and strong security, and them choosing civil war, or the rest of Europe standing by and the rest of the NATO alliance standing by as the Ukrainian state descends into civil war. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that I don't think any of the odds are in the favor of a civil war starting. Maybe if it was more decentralized, like it was in 2014, 2015, with their volunteer corps and stuff like that.
That's not that long ago. You don't think that denationalization as a result of war could come raging back?
Well, I mean, the volunteer battalions don't exist. They've all been integrated.
Well, see, here's what, as I understand it, here's what happens when a country factionalizes. Okay, it has one united armed forces, and then chunks of those armed forces are appropriated by opposite sides of a political disagreement, and they become opposing armed forces. That's the worry.
But
the worry is not
what type of force, what type of political force in Ukraine has the type of independence and influence in the military that they could say, we disregard the official central command?
And it's like, so after an entire generation of Ukrainian people have been ground into pulp, like losses there are absolutely fucking staggering. Not the
Put this up there so I know it's where it starts.
the Russian losses.
I mean, massive casualties on both sides.
150,000 is a number that I've seen thrown around for Russian casualties.
Let's see. Casualties. Ukraine, Russia conflict. No, it's worse than that. Locked man. Oh, found it. Too late. Alright, looks like this one's gonna have to be like 3. Now we're gonna copy this image here. Oop. That down here. We're gonna make the New York Times. People know where it's from. Then we get my laundry. I'm gonna move this up here. New York Times death toll. I'm gonna be rather annoyed if this doesn't get approved just because I put this shit on here.
I mean, massive casualties on both.
150.
Alright, I'm gonna put this back to normal speed here.
Fucking staggering. Not to even mention the Russian losses.
I mean, massive casualties on both sides.
150,000 is a number that I've seen thrown around for Russian casualties in this war. Absolutely unreal.
I mean, that's like a fucking. That's like a. I mean, that's like a fucking. That's like a. I mean, like a fucking small. That's like a fucking. That's like a. Like a fucking small city. It's like, that's like a I mean, it's like a fucking small city, really. A fucking small city. Fucking small city, really, if you think about it.
Unreal.
I mean, it's like a fuck small city, really, if you think about it.
And so the fact that now a peace deal question mark is being thrown around makes me want to throw up. It really does, because there makes me want to throw up. It really does, because you have no idea how much fuck.
Let's see. Ukraine peace deal. What is this big fucking ad on here? Oh my fucking god, look at this shit. Thank you for shrinking just a little bit. Isn't this something?
I want to throw up. It really does, because that now a peace deal.
There it is.
Deal question mark is being thrown around makes me want to throw up. It really does, because you have no idea how much fucking boy. You have no idea how much fucking
See, I just cut out the fucking. Just go straight to the boiling.
no idea how much boiling bullshit. Bullshit I've had face from the beginning of this conflict going, peace deal? You know what I mean? I've literally been called a traitor, I've been called a fucking Russian asset, I've been called all this shit prior.
Yeah.
All the fuck. I've been called a fucking Russian.
Yeah.
All the fuck. I've been called all this shit prior. I've been called all this shit. I've been called all this.
Oh my god, can you?
I've been called all this shit. Prior to an entire generation of Ukrainian and Russian young people being forced to kill each other in the most horrible meat grinder of the century.
But Moloch needed his sacrifices, Paul. So I mean, like, I get what you're saying, but until that number was reached, I mean, they couldn't have any peace. I think they're about to reach the numbers, like Moloch, you know, and Mammoth and all those guys. I think they might be a little happy. So like, all right, you killed enough. You guys killed enough.
So I'm just sick of this shit, man. Sick of this shit. Man, I'm sick of people taking. Man, I'm sick of people taking, like, having to, like, why does every lesson have to be learned the hard way?
Makes me think of the Full Metal Alchemist. I'm not gonna put a clip in there. Just reminds me of the Full Metal Alchemist. part where Envy just makes fun of the humans for not learning their lesson over and over and over again. No matter how many times the process is repeat.
Hard way. Why does 300,000 young people have to be ground into fucking pulsating pulp? Ground into fucking pulsating pulp paste before people start going, you know, pulp paste before people start going, you know what, maybe it's time to broker some sort of fucking land deal over there, you know, give my sliver what they want and get some peace. It's time to broker some sort of fucking some sort of fucking land deal over there. Broker some sort of fucking land deal over there. Land deal over there. You know, it's time to broker some sort of fucking deal over there. Maybe it's time to broker some sort of fucking deal over there. Some sort of land deal over there. You know, give my sliver what they want and get some peace over there.
So
Why
I'm
did it
looking.
take you so long to come to that? And when I told you that this war was going to grind on and on and on, a lot of you laughed in my face. Russia can't even fucking keep it. Over there.
So I'm looking.
So long to come to, and when I told you that this war was going to grind on and on and on, a lot of you laughed in my face. Russia can't even fucking keep it up in the next 3 months, bro. Russia can't even fucking keep it up. Russia can't even fucking. Put up in the next 3 months, bro. All this shit. And all those fucking all this shit. And all those fucking people. All those fucking. Three months, bro. I heard all this and all those fucking people. Crickets chirping now. Where you at? Where are these motherfuckers at? When where are these motherfuckers? Where you at? Where are these motherfuckers at? When reality turns out to fucking support my view. To fucking.
I bet you I could find some here. Isn't that why they brought Dylan on?
Afghanistan will, in the relatively near future, be back in the hands of the Taliban, one of the most oppressive regimes on the planet. There would have been somebody like you who said, you know, is it possible? Sure, I mean, a dragon fucking appearing out of the sky is possible. Yeah, but is it probable? I mean, no. And I know this for a fact because I heard it. I lived through the era of media manipulation surrounding that conflict as an adult. I was 21 years old on 9/11. I was your age, basically, when 9/11 happened. And I lived through the expectations of the punditry and the expectations of the military experts who told us, oh, this is going to be over in a month. It's already over now. Mission accomplished. That's unthinkable. It's unthinkable that there could be a fucking insurrection in Iraq that would go on for a decade. They will greet us as liberators there. Unthinkable. And the unthinkable has happened. And now here we are, different year, different area of the world, same geopolitical opponents, same techniques. And I'm wondering, how do we factor in the possibility and probability of this being a net negative, not just for fucking Ukrainian people, but for Europe?
It's apples to oranges, both round, sweet fruits. Pretty comparable here, dude. Fucking bullshit. Fucking dumbass bullshit analogy, dude.
It is true that the unlikely scenario can still happen. I mean, it is possible that any unlikely scenario happens. But
I mean, how do we know what's likely unlikely, though?
You can look at the history of the nation. You can look at what the current situation is.
The history of the nation is it was extremely divided just a few years ago.
It was extremely divided because of what? Because the Russians put pressure on the Ukrainian government in order to
those pressures aren't going to go away. New pressures are going to form.
If the Russian government
surely if they were brought together, they can be rendered asunder, right?
If the Russian government can no longer invade Ukraine because it has NATO protection, as is what it seems to be what the NATO summit in Vilnius, even if they haven't decided on a when, they have decided on if, right? They've decided that it will be a part of NATO. Whether they stick to that, I don't know if they will, but let's say for a moment that they do, and if they do stick to NATO membership, that stops the Russian invasion, that stops the same pressures that they applied in 2014 that caused much of the violence, that forced Yanukovych at the time to back off of the association agreement, go off of the promises that he made to his people.
When reality turns out to fucking support my view, you just disappeared. Now you're on to some other fucking thing. You don't even remember. No. Where you at? Where are these motherfuckers at? When reality turns out to fucking support my view, you just disappeared. Now you're on to some other fucking thing. You don't even remember when you were fucking war simping. You were fucking. You don't even remember when you were war simping for this shit. So go fuck yourself. So go fuck yourself to everybody who's now going like, you know. Fuck yourself to everybody who's now going like, you know what, peace deal. A little late to morality, you motherfuckers.
No one's gonna.
A little late to morality, you motherfuckers. Late to morality. Motherfuckers.
no one's gonna show. I mean, Paul, you know the reality. No one's gonna show up like, Paul, I think you're right. Dude, even if they know that, even if they feel that in their bones, dude, they're just gonna slink away and go like, no. I always thought, I always thought that.
Russia and Ukraine are not really center stage anymore, and apparently now there are leaks and whispers that maybe
that's an old war.
Changed its pop.
Yep, that's what it comes down to. It's an old war now. Old news.
I always thought, I always thought that.
Anymore, and apparently now there are leaks and whispers that maybe
that's an old war.
Changed its posture.
Boring.
We're on to our next war now.
I mean, that's how it is now in the world. It's all like, look, that war was last year. People are dying. Tragic. My heart goes out to them. But what about what's going on in Israel and Palestine?
Ukraine and Russia, like, hey, let's work something out here. Like, let's wrap it up. This is really interesting. So this is an NBC News.
Let's wrap it up, guys.
Cashed in on this one, and look, there's a whole new opportunity.
Yeah, where's the, that's a good point. Weapons... Manufacturing stocks during Ukraine war. February 2023. I already had a gaming break. Stocks.
We've cashed in on this one, and look, there's a whole new opportunity going on in the West Bank. So maybe we need to get this one off the book so we can really focus on this new one.
Well, U.S. Congress is way more likely to approve money for Israel at this point than Ukraine, so makes sense.
Peace negotiations with Ukraine, sources say. The contract included very broad outlines for what Ukraine might need to give up to reach a deal with Russia. Okay. Now, it's a little more complicated. We'll dive into it, and you guys can make your own mind up on it here. They say U.S. and European officials have begun quietly talking to the Ukrainian government about what possible peace negotiations with Russia might entail to end the war, according to one current senior U.S. official and one former senior U.S. official familiar with the discussions. The talks, which officials describe as delicate, took place last month during a meeting of representatives from more than 50 nations supporting Ukraine. So it'd be fair to say this happened last month. I don't know. I guess I'm not sure how the time.
Let's wrap it up, guys. That's a wrap. Come on.
We've cashed in on this one, and look, there's a whole new opportunity going on in the West Bank. So maybe we need to get this one off the book so we can really focus on this new one. You just disappeared, and now you're on to some other thing. The West Bank. So maybe we need.
Well, U.S. Congress is way more likely to approve money for Israel at this point than Ukraine, so makes sense.
Topic of peace negotiations with Ukraine, sources say. It took place last month during a meeting of representatives from more than 50 nations supporting Ukraine. So it'd be fair to say this happened last month. I don't know. I guess I'm not sure how did this happen after October 7th. I'm not sure. Took place last month during a meeting of representatives from more than 50 nations supporting Ukraine, including NATO members known as the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, the official said. The discussions are an acknowledgement of the dynamics militarily on the ground in Ukraine and politically in the U.S. and Europe, officials said. They began amid concerns among U.S. and European officials that the war has reached a stalemate and about the ability to continue providing aid to Ukraine. Biden administration officials also are worried that Ukraine is running out of forces, while Russia has a seemingly endless supply.
What? But wait a minute. That's not what I was heard. That's what I heard.
Oops. Wait, is there a clip I can pull from this?
And back. Because the Russians put pressure on the Ukrainian government in order to get pressure. Apple's challenges been fractured by this. They're fighting on another. You know what I mean? We agree on this. You would have said 50 years ago, Afghanistan will be attacking Afghanistan. Really be careful about that. Like, intensely careful. This is one of my main critiques of Biden and probably different from the US because of Biden's is he's been too slow in deliveries. And that the way the law is after the first month, the entire government is basically in a state of is the government going to collapse? It's not going to collapse. Are they going to hold it up? But once they did, they ever slowly like changed by the start of the war. It was like, we're not going to send this. As soon as they didn't think it was possible to Ukraine to do as well as they did, they were shocked the world. Nobody thought Ukraine to do as well.
I'm going to tell you a position that I think all agree with, but I think maybe you agree with it. I don't know. But in very hilarious times, I was like, well, America's going to get involved in this. I don't believe this is shit. If we're going to get involved in this, I think we need to just fucking get Ukraine to be like, hey, Russia, if you fucking set one foot in here, it's World War III, bitch. I mean, I thought I was going to agree with you, but I don't agree with you. No, because no one does, because I'm very extreme with shit. Like, if we're going to go, we're going to fucking go. That's what I'm talking about. You're either like 100% or 0. I think there's a balance that can be found. Nah, fuck balance. Balance is a goddamn... Yeah, balance is a delusion of the human mind, in my opinion. People are always like, oh, yeah, see, look, we figured it all out. No, you haven't. It's do or die. I think that the American government being able to find a scenario where they can supply the Ukrainian government largely based upon stockpiles that we're not even using of equipment that, like, old... Absolutes are dumb is an absolute fucking dipshit. Jeffrey Epstein, got here. That is a fucking absolute, bitch. I think self-defeating. I think the amount of support that Americans have for aid to Ukraine would go down if American soldiers were on the ground dying in Ukraine. After the war in Iraq and after the war in Afghanistan, Americans are not... Sorry, go ahead. Americans are just, my point is Americans are not super eager to send their boys overseas again to get killed. And so that's why Americans are still, a plurality or a majority of them still support aid, because they can support Ukraine while not having to get their soldiers. There's still boys being killed. But hey, look, is Russia gonna cross that line if we did that though? Is Russia really gonna be like, yeah, World War III, it's on? It's impossible. 0% fucking chance. 0% chance. No fucking way. I don't think that's the case. I don't 0% chance. Even they're not that far.
I don't think that's the case either, and that's another point in my opposition for this, is I think that this is brinksmanship. I think that we're talking about the two largest nuclear powers in the world engaging in proxy warfare against one another. So, before I address it, can I address the Civil War thing earlier? I never got to... sure, go ahead. So, the Civil War thing, I would understand maybe more of concern in like 2014 when they had the volunteer battalions. Are you familiar with volunteer battalions?
Well, look, I want to say that like my thing about the Civil War, that's not a critique of any specific political situation going on in Ukraine. I don't feel qualified to even put that forth. I'm just saying that generally speaking, if you destabilize a country, divisions that already existed within that country are going to boil over. And,
Ramadan showed us that those divisions exist in Ukraine.
Ukraine is a deeply fucking, divided country when this conflict starts. Obviously, they've banded together to a great degree to fight this war, but, if this war goes on and conditions get, to be more intolerable to the point where people are starving and miserable and all this stuff, countrywide, then, that could definitely bring out some, internal turmoil, some resentment that could boil off into civil war, even if Russia is ultimately at the end of the day repelled.
So I think there's some distinctions when we compare Afghanistan, for example, and the situation that happened with supporting the Mujahideen, and when we talk about Ukraine. And I think that makes it kind of hard to compare these two.
Ukrainians are white, so come on.
Okay, so yeah, that was my third point, but I'll skip that point then. So my first point is Afghanistan, by its geography encourages decentralization. Though it's not a very geographically united country, and its mountains, and it's not super interconnected infrastructure, and it kind of encourages, it makes it very easy for you to start a resistance movement or for you to oppose the central government. This is part of the reason why the Taliban, up until very recently, never had control of the whole country, even before invasion, because the Northern Alliance had control of the mountainous north of the country. Because again, Afghanistan's geography does not encourage a strong centralized government. It was the same problem we ran into during the occupation. Is that Afghanistan, due to its geography, is very difficult to go out and fight the rebels. It's very difficult for a central government to properly tax and do proper censuses. And so I think Afghanistan is unique in its ability to not be a super strong central authority and to fight and kill, and it's not special how they kill each other, but their geography encourages decentralization, which could also encourage civil war. When we talk about Ukraine, that same geography does not exist. That's the first point. But also, as TJ mentioned, the country has become much more united now, and the authority in the country is much more centralized than it was in 2014 during Euromaidan.
My worry is not about Ukraine like factionalizing in the midst of this war. Of course, Ukraine is united, much more united now than it was pre-invasion. Invasions have a tendency of clarifying that sort of thing. What I'm worried about is what happens when tempers cool. Things work out however they work out. Russia annexes the Donbass and pulls back for another 10 years till they go for another scoop, or Ukraine pushes Russia out. What's going to happen?
Well, the plan...
With these billions and billions and billions of dollars of American weapons that now exist in this country that has old and very real and deep political divisions.
Well, I would say that none of the political divisions that I've seen while present, maybe that'll change in the future, makes me believe that they're anywhere close to that, or that it would lead to like a shooting conflict between Ukrainians. Obviously, I can't see into the future, but what would happen to these weapons most likely is that they would continue to be held by the Ukrainian armed forces in case the Russians ever invade again. They probably continue to train on them, and we probably continue to integrate them more on Western weapon systems. But here's something to consider though. One of Ukraine's goals is to join the EU and to join NATO. And from even the most right-wing, like ultra-nationalist people I've met in this country, they all agree that that should be the ultimate goal once this is all over, to join the European Union and to join NATO. It is very hard for me to think of Ukraine joining NATO and the European Union having this clear path towards economic prosperity and strong security, and them choosing civil war, or the rest of Europe standing by and the rest of the NATO alliance standing by as the Ukrainian state descends into civil war. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that I don't think any of the odds are in the favor of a civil war starting. Maybe if it was more decentralized, like it was in 2014, 2015, with their volunteer corps and stuff like that.
That's not that long ago. You don't think that decentralization as a result of war could come raging back?
Well, I mean, the volunteer battalions don't exist. They've all been integrated.
Well, see, here's what, as I understand it, here's what happens when a country factionalizes. Okay, it has one united armed forces. Free.
But what type of force? What type of that political force, that militia, whatever that would be, that doesn't exist.
We're gonna do what they tell us. No, we're telling them.
Volunteer battalions, and none of them ever could have made that claim or got close to making them claim. And all those groups were like 5,000 people, right? 5,000 people with guns. Now, as much as 5,000 people with guns is, 5,000 people with guns can kill people, that can't take over a whole country, and certainly a country with a military the size of almost 1 million people now, backed also by the entirety of NATO's arsenal and militaries as well. Even if this was to happen, which I think is not likely, this would probably happen if NATO is correct in what they're saying about Ukraine becoming a NATO member state while they're in NATO. And if that happens, there will be a direct military intervention, and then that would be smashed almost immediately.
No one I don't want to read this comment here. The reason Paul's posed is due to a scenario he's invented. No one's inventing a scenario.
Well, no, actually,
possibilities here.
In fairness, we're all inventing scenarios here. The opposite scenario to the one that I've been presenting, and to a less, to a great extent TJ's been presenting, is the same as any scenario that Dylan has provided as to what he thinks is going to be the outcome of this war. So if you want to be fair, your position on this is an invented fucking scenario that you came up with in your fucking head too.
Well, of course we can't predict the future, so
I'm not trying to say anything that I'm saying will happen. The whole point of what I'm saying is that there's a tremendous amount of uncertainty here.
Well, I mean, anything's possible, right? Like, it's tremendously unlikely. Like, you're not going to...
Right, but everything is probable. I think, just looking at the fucking history of the 20th and 21st century, that it is probable, on some level, it may not be fucking 50% or 75%, but I think it's probable that there will be factionalization in Ukraine in a post.
That's democracy. That's democracy.
Right, but we're talking... right, and I mean, like, it's a minute ago.
But also, the situation is very different than 2014. And even then,
of course,
by the way, even then, it wasn't... I don't think it was really that possible. Because we're talking about 5,000 people trying to take over the entire country. And that wasn't going to happen. Not to mention the volunteer battalion's entire mandate was based upon pushing out the Russians. So if they then turned their guns on the Ukrainians, all their support would evaporate. And
what about people
something like this actually happened. Something like this actually happened. Right sector's leadership at one point tried to turn against Poroshenko, and not militarily, but saying like, maybe we won't listen to Central Command. And then they lost like 40 to 50% of like their base's support. They drastically reduced the amount of influence they had in the country. They were criticized by every aisle of the political aisle. They backed down, and right sector's image hasn't really been the same since. And so the people who have even attempted to sniff anything that could be close to it, they immediately
right, because the national esprit de corps is we all have to fucking work together right now against Russia. When that goes away, and these factions are sitting on the possibility of commandeering a fucking arsenal that they never could have dreamed of having pre-US involvement in this, I think there might be a different tune being whistled.
I think that part of the problem here in this discussion is that I think that because Dylan has this large, obviously impressive compendium of knowledge about Ukraine specifically, and we're talking
first-hand knowledge, right? Something that you don't get on most news programs.
Sure,
you're not getting pundits that have spent actual time in.
But I'm not approaching this from a specific standpoint of Ukraine because I don't even think I would be qualified. But I am approaching it from a standpoint of humanity and just looking at human history and how human beings operate. And I feel like from that perspective, it's once again like you just don't know how this is all going to shake out. You don't know who's going to win this conflict. You don't know what territory is going to be preserved or ceded. You don't know what the geopolitical situations are going to, the political situations in each of these countries are going to be by the time this is all said and done. You don't know what the standing of Zelensky and Putin is. You don't know who might be vying for leadership if Putin's perceived as weak. So now Russians, are within the country. That's already been happening.
Look at what else is teetering on the edge, TJ. This fucking nuclear plant that they've got, the largest nuclear plant in Europe.
Right, that's true.
There's a chess piece in this, and both sides are claiming that the other side is planning to fucking bomb the place and basically spread nuclear material over miles.
I really hope that doesn't happen. I really
hope doesn't happen.
I could keep talking about it. I guess the main difference for me is just like I don't think this is a particularly likely scenario, and I believe when we make like foreign policy decisions, we need to try to make them based on what is tremendously likely, what would be not only beneficial to the United States, but would probably be beneficial for global security, global stability.
I mean, we have to assess risk too.
And I do think we do need to assess risk, but I think the assessment for risk is tremendously low. That they all turn their guns on each other once the war ends.
I mean, that's just one scenario of many, right? So I mean, like you asked me to lay out some of it out too. But
I know I understand your. When I asked about like what's the realistic scenario about what happens like with these weapons that they cause more harm, and all the scenarios that I usually proposed are either tremendously unlikely and not really based in what's happening on the ground, but based upon the fact that human beings have the physical ability to do it, right? Like after like the war can end and they all become Marxist, Leninist, communists, and then worship Stalin. That's possible, right? It's just tremendously unlikely, especially if you know that.
I think that's far more. I think you're less likely, but yeah.
You're assuming a lot of foresight here that I don't think you can have. I mean, look, I wanted to get off on this fucking, and I think it's connected to what we're talking about here. One of the reasons why I don't support military intervention or arming Ukraine is because of my lived experience of being a United States citizen and seeing what's happened just in my lifetime. And the time just barely preceded. I was born in 1980. So there's been a lot of American war making and war facilitating in that period of time. And I look at the places where America has interceded, and I think about being an average person in one of those places. Has my life significantly increased in value to myself when it comes to just my human needs being met, my safety and security, my ability to be mobile in society? Has there been a whole lot of positivity wrought by American interventionism? The answer is no. It would have been looked at as extraordinarily unlikely that almost 30 years on, Afghanistan would still be under the Taliban. There would have been a person, maybe even an expert just such as yourself, saying how that could never happen. The Taliban has been fractured by this. They're fighting one another. You know what I mean? They can't even agree on this, that, or the other. If you would have said 15, 20 years ago, Afghanistan will, in the relatively near future, be back in the hands of the Taliban, one of the most oppressive. You don't really know how big Texas is until you drive across.
I've made this drive a million times from
chance. And so what I see is poor working class people and poor working class people killing one another so that oligarchs can benefit on both sides of the issue. And when I look at it from that perspective, would there have not been a better way to preserve life in Ukraine via diplomacy? For example, ceding some territory in eastern Ukraine to Russia, or engaging in real, honest, good faith with regards to diplomacy in Russia, which I don't think happened. I don't think that the United States ever, in good faith, sat across from Russia and tried to find a real hard diplomatic solution to this problem.
So as for the border, I'm not a border abolitionist. I'm much more, I guess, of a normie on this issue. But whether or not you believe borders should or should not be real, where that line is at the end of this war is going to have a very real effect on how the civilians of that local population live. Recently, the Russian government introduced legislation. It was an executive order by Putin, which made it so that if you don't accept a Russian passport in occupied territory, you can be physically removed from your homes and deported, and then they can take your property and they can give it to Russian settlers. They can remove your ability to have property rights in the communities and towns and cities that you grew up in. There's a decent chance you might be detained. There's also a really decent chance, and people don't talk about this enough, that you'll be tortured. And the torture is very, very bad. The reports that I'm getting out of friends who went to Izium, who went to these locations that have been famous for the type of like torture that went on there, electroshock, breaking of lobotomies, breaking of fingers, like genital mutilation, like very, very like disgusting stuff. And so whether or not you personally want borders to be real or not, where that line is drawn is going to be the difference between torture, deportation, losing of property rights.
Torture, deportation, genital mutilation, these are all things that happen in war. It's why I'm a principled anti-war leftist.
But they also happened during the quote-unquote peace period. In occupied Crimea, during the peace times, Crimean activists were found dead, bodies floated down the river. In these communities, they used to be technically Ukrainian territory. They used to have legislative representation, the Crimean community, before the Russian takeover. And
were there not violent incursions by Ukrainian people against people who identified as Russian in the Donbass?
Were there, what do you mean by like a violent?
Was there no violence like you're describing?
Oh, there was violence. Of course, there was like street level violence. There have been instances of war crimes on the Ukrainian side as well. That's absolutely true. But when you look at the vast majority of the evidence, at one level, it's because the Russians just have more power. They have a bigger army. They have more soldiers. They have more bombs. So their ability to do war crimes and do atrocities is just astronomically larger than what the Ukrainians have the ability to do. But also, the way that the Russians have engaged when it comes, for example, cluster munitions usage. The New York Times has reported that the Ukrainian military used cluster munitions in like March and April of like 2022. So this isn't like a new phenomenon that's being introduced by the Biden administration. But the way
we're sending more.
Yeah, we're sending more.
I think that's
we are sending more. But the difference in how the Ukrainian military has used cluster munitions and the Russian military has used cluster munitions is also starkly different. With the amount of cluster munitions used on the Russian side and heavily populated, dense urban areas where civilians are still heavily present, being quite frequent, and them doing that very frequently. And Kharkiv especially, that was a very big issue because once they failed to take the city, they got really angry, and then they took out all their rage and frustration by just shelling the city day in, day out for months, killing tons of civilians. And so while it is true that there are war crimes on every side of any war ever, the military culture of the Russian military and the Ukrainian military is still starkly different. Just like the American military had a very different military culture than the Japanese. The American military committed a ton of war crimes during World War II, but it wasn't anywhere close to what the Japanese did because of the military culture and of the propaganda that was propagated about the Chinese and about the Americans and what they were like and why it was okay what they were doing to them. And in Russia right now, if you go on Russian state media, you'll see constant justification of war crimes.
And we saw a lot of dehumanization of Japan. Wait, there was a lot of dehumanization of Japanese people.
There was a lot of dehumanization.
I mean, almost the ultimate form of dehumanization of Japanese people.
We put them in internment camps here, for fuck's sake.
That is true.
There's definitely a lot of like, it's okay to do stuff to the Japanese because they're like subhuman mongrels. Like that messaging was very present.
Yeah, absolutely.
In American wartime propaganda, for sure.
That's true. My main point is though that the military cultures were different at the time, and the amount of war crimes and how that was encouraged and how that was protected by the Japanese regime, the culture was different, and that created a higher propensity to do these.
I mean, you're talking about two different cultures with two different sets of like values, where what might seem reasonable to one could seem absolutely barbaric to another, and so on and so forth, especially in wartime. And of course, everyone in wartime also is going to spin how the actions of their side are all these wonderful acts of self-defense, and the actions of the other side are all these horrible, nightmarish things that are so beyond the pale and evil that anyone would condemn them. But the reality is that both sides are probably engaging in a little bit of evil. But my main problem with the arms thing is still just like, you take an explosive situation where two factions are at war with one another, whoever's right, whoever's wrong, you start releasing more and more powerful weapons into that situation. Like, you don't know what the fuck the result of that is going to be. And America's made this mistake before. I mean, we're the arms dealers of the world, and a lot of times
America bad, TJ. America bad.
Well, America can be pretty bad sometimes.
I mean, well, that's kind of one of the frustrating things that I've run into in talking about this is that if you try and point out America's horrible track record of involvement in countries that are at war with one another and factions within those countries that are at war with one another, you get called an America bad person. And the opposite of that is Russia good in people's minds, and that's as far as their minds go. I mean, you can look here in
the Japanese were not undisciplined. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, they were the opposite.
There's a lot of
people in the chat tonight.
That's fucking absurd.
But in the chat, you can see that that narrative already being spun. There are people whose brains just shut down.
I'm glad the chat is having a lively discussion.
Go for it.
So I do believe the United States has, of course, sent weapons to people we shouldn't have sent weapons to, but we also have sent weapons to people we should have sent weapons to. The Lend-Lease program, I think, was an incredibly effective program. And I'm using the World War II example, but that's normie foreign policy tech, right?
Well, sure. World War II is probably more accessible to most people.
Yeah, that's the thing. People complain about using World War II as an example all the time. And
I don't complain about a vivid example that everyone fucking gets quickly. So that's fine with me.
And so I believe that it needs to be a case-by-case basis when we make decisions like this. I don't think it's a
this is where I think the nature of our fundamental disagreement, because I don't think it's ever a good idea.
It's never a good idea to send any country weapons.
No, I don't think it is.
So if Vladimir Putin went on TV tomorrow, right, and he said,
"All right, hypothetical, let's go."
Yeah, I love hypotheticals for this because I don't think anybody is this starkly like never ever send weapons or always send weapons.
I think a principle is pretty worthless if there's not going to be some kind of exception, but you're going to have to paint a pretty vivid picture for me to be like, all right, I guess we can do it then. But go ahead.
So if Vladimir Putin was going on TV tomorrow and he was to say the equivalent of like, look, the goal is to make Ukraine not exist. Ukraine isn't real. Ukrainians aren't real. It's all fake. They're a bunch of Nazis. We need to destroy and eradicate the Nazi medicine.
Is that basically not a hypothetical? Is that basically Putin's position?
This is Putin's position. Yes, this is Putin's position. But I'm just throwing this out there.
Sure.
Now he's already said all these things, right? And this has led to an extremely brutal campaign of war and destruction. And my question to you is, how does us sending weapons to Ukraine that they then use to push back this brutal occupation, which I know neither of you support, I'm not going to strawman either of you. How does this materially make the situation worse? What's a realistic scenario? Because I want to hear your hypothetical where it becomes worse because we sent these weapons.
The realistic scenario for me where it becomes worse is a scenario that I think probably played out a few times before, which is all sending these weapons does is prolong a war that Ukraine is destined to lose. Ukraine loses the war, Russia seizes the territory, and whatever is left of those weapons end up being Russian weapons. So another thing is another scenario. Ukraine becomes so destabilized that, and maybe they repel Russia, but there's the infrastructure and everything is so fucked by the time that they're done that there are now warring factions within Ukraine fighting for power. And these weapons end up being used in a gigantic civil war.
This is one of the things that I get shit for when I bring it up. I'm not trying to claim that the political situation is the same, but I think that there are a lot of comparisons to be drawn in Afghanistan. We're talking about America trying to assert its hegemony over the earth and push back against what it perceives as communist hegemony, right? You support, one of my favorite examples to cite when I'm talking about this is it Rambo First Blood Part 2?
I'm trying to find it, but I don't think I'm going to find it again.
Okay, there's so much I want to respond to.
Okay, go
so
ahead.
as for this war, when we talk about the war in Iraq, the war lasted 28 days and then you had a very long occupation, right?
See, to me, there's no distinction.
You gotta let me finish my point. So the war was for 28 days and there was a long occupation. Now that was still a war in a way, a war against Al-Qaeda, different resistance groups, a bunch of different things, but the Russians haven't gotten past the first part. They haven't gotten past the invasion. In fact, they haven't gotten even that fairly deep into the invasion, as in taking the capital, taking over all the government houses. They don't even have air superiority, right? So the scenario in my mind of the Russians completely making the Ukrainians capitulate, that idea was smashed a month into the war. So I don't see how those weapons are going to transfer from the Ukrainian government over to the Russian government if the Ukrainian government has every incentive in the world to stop that from happening. Stuff gets captured in battle,
it's not an intentional thing, right? But you said earlier, you conceded that Ukrainian people have already been killed by weapons that were given to Ukrainians.
Well, yes, like I was about to say, you can overtake a position and find a rifle given to them by the United States and then use that against the Ukrainians. But the vast majority of this firepower is being used by the Ukrainians, like 98 to 99% of it, is used by the Ukrainians to push back against the Russians and capture Russian equipment. The number one tank supplier of Ukraine right now is the Russian military. Poland, I think, is number 2 with like 600 tanks or something like that. It is the most overwhelmingly, it is the Ukrainians capturing Russian equipment and the Russians abandoning Russian equipment. That seems to be the standard right now. There have been instances of it happening the other way, but I don't think that there is enough of American equipment being captured in the field for it to make a demonstrable difference in Russia's ability to destroy Ukraine. Definitely not enough to overbalance the amount of aid that the weapons is giving the Ukrainians in defense against the Russians. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't be asking for the weapons, and if it wasn't the case, we probably wouldn't have seen so much success on the battlefield by the Ukrainians from using these Western-backed munitions, which they used to take back the rest of the Kharkiv Oblast, which they used to take back Kherson, and which they're currently trying to use to take back Zaporozhye and the rest of the Kherson Oblast through this current counteroffensive. And they might even use to take back Bakhmut. So who knows exactly what they're going to take. I'm not going to promise that they're going to win the war, but my main point is
Russia might retake one of those previous. You know what I mean? Like I do not agree that it's out of the realm of possibility that 10 years on this conflict could still be going.
Not in the way that it's currently going. It might become a frozen conflict, but when you talk about the rate of death and destruction, I don't see the Russians and the Ukrainians being able to sustain this for 10 years. I mean, there's a possibility where maybe backed by a very stubborn West, continuing to support the Ukrainians, they could support it financially and maybe with munitions. But the Russians, I mean, they've burnt through a very significant portion of their tank stockpile in a year and a half. I think like 30 to like 35% of it already. And so I don't.
4711. Okay, found it. Just had to be patient. Not to take them out of context. At least I hope no one thinks that's what I'm doing. But I think that was that's an interesting comment that came up.
Able to sustain this for 10 years. I mean, there's a possibility where maybe backed by a very stubborn West, continuing to support the Ukrainians, they could support it financially and maybe with munitions. But the Russians, I mean, they've burnt through a very significant portion of their tank stockpile in a year and a half. I think like 30 to like 35% of it already. And so I don't see how they keep that up for another 9 years. They don't have the production capacity, they don't have the foreign exports, so I just don't think it's like financially even feasible.
They began to make concerns among U.S. and European officials that the war has reached a stalemate and about the ability to continue providing aid to Ukraine. Biden administration officials also are worried that Ukraine is running out of forces, while Russia has a seemingly endless supply.
What? But wait a minute. That's not what I was heard. That's what I heard. What?
All right. I think this is a good clip to use. I hope I'm thinking straight.
The West Bank, so.
Sustain this for 10 years. I mean, there's a possibility where maybe backed by a very stubborn West, continuing to support the Ukrainians, they could support it financially and maybe with munitions. But the Russians, I mean, they've burnt through it financially and maybe with munitions. But the Russians.
Great. I have to go on their actual page. 333.25, 333.47. So, okay. There's just a slight 1 minute intro. Okay, that shouldn't be too bad. Be like, I don't know, 59, I think.
Both sides have for it to last that long. I don't see the Russians and the Ukrainians being able to sustain this for.
All right, 4 months ago. looks ugly as fuck. Alright. Oof, too thin.
Aid to Ukraine. Biden administration Ukraine is running out of forces, while Russia has a seemingly endless supply. Ukraine.
What? But wait a minute. That's not what I was heard. That's what I heard. What?
And maybe with munitions, but the Russians, I mean, they've burnt through a very significant portion of their I think like 30 to like 35% of it already. And so I don't see how they keep that up for another 9 years. They don't have the production capacity. They don't have the foreign exports. So I just don't think it's like financially even feasible.
Getting me repeating that too.
Forces. While Russia has seemingly endless supply. Ukraine.
What?
Forces. While Russia has a seemingly endless supply. Ukraine.
What? But wait a minute. That's not what I was heard. That's what I heard. What?
But the Russians, I mean, they've burnt through a very significant portion of their tank stockpile in a year and a half. I think like 30.
Oh, yeah, I need to put the timestamp on there. So these people know where I'm taking it from. They want to call me out on it, they can.
Like 35% of it already. And so I don't see how they keep that up for another 9 years. They don't have the production capacity. They don't have the foreign exports. So I just don't think it's like
Is the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, the official said. Discussions are acknowledgement of the dynamics militarily on the ground in Ukraine and politically in the U.S. and Europe, officials said. They began amid concerns among U.S. and European officials.
I was heard. That's what I heard. What?
But the Russians, I mean, they've burnt through it. Very, like, financially even feasible.
I can't believe it.
10 years.
So simple math didn't fail me.
It's unthinkable. and the unthinkable has happened.
Oh my god. The hell did you hear, TJ? I heard what was said. Open your fucking ears.
And now here we are. Different year, different area of the world, same geopolitical opponents, same techniques.
Do I need to repeat it? What did you hear, TJ? Exactly what I just fucking heard with my ears.
So simple math didn't fail me. Amazing.
The ghost of
No
Kiev.
shit! Oh my god. The hell did you hear, TJ? I heard what was said. Open your fucking ears.
Jesus. Man. Alright, playback. Bring that down. Bring that down. Bring that resolution down a quarter. Thank you.
The ghost of Kiev.
The ghost of Kiev.
The hell did you hear, TJ? I heard what was said. Open your fucking ears. I mean, I guess maybe our people
I want to rewatch
our entire Dylan Burns episode now.
And just like all of the fucking dude, just the bullshit fucking. I bought the fucking.
And then everyone starts just like pouring in money, I guess. Sympathy money? Sorry money?
All of the fucking dude.
there.
Like, dude, just the bullshit. Fuck. The bullshit. Fucking. Dude, just the bullshit. I bought the fucking party line. Party line misinformation.
Oh,
and
dude,
you're a
they're
retard.
like
You're a retard for going. Oh yeah, dude.
And that's the shitty about so shitty for people like the one that wasn't. The shitty. Shitty about so shitty for people like the one that wasn't. So shitty. Shitty for people. The thing about for people like the one I wasn't. I watched some of that episode, I didn't watch all of it, but like I'll just say this: that like I honestly empathize with him because of the fact that they will have people go out and sell that shit so hardcore, and they will fucking
Come on. Fuck you.
They will have people go out and sell that shit so hardcore, and they will fucking people go and sell that shit so hardcore, and they will fucking fuck them in the ass immediately when it's and they will fucking
I want to do this and then work on the music video a little bit more.
Fuck them in the ass immediately when it's like, okay. And they will fuck them in the ass immediately when it's like, okay, we just need to cut a deal now. And they will fuck them in the ass immediately when it's like,
The fuck is that then?
so hardcore, and they will fucking fuck them in the ass immediately when
Oh,
it's like,
I went to fucking fuck them. Okay.
in the ass immediately when it's like, okay, we just need to cut a deal now. Immediately when it's like, okay, we just need to cut ass immediately when it's like, okay, we just need to cut a deal now.
Yeah, they'll throw you completely overboard. So they basically have what this is about is they basically used your support in order to continue a pointless, bloody fucking war. Fucking. Fuck. Continue a pointless, bloody war.
It's time for the goalpost to move. You guys literally don't grasp. Oh, what we're disagreeing with you about. You act like being invaded is somehow a choice of the person.
I've never said that. I've never said being. Said being invaded was a choice, and that they just.
Move that goalpost on down.
Why would anyone even say that?
Chaz was really dumb on this topic.
Well, yeah, you're saying that now. But a fucking year ago, we were the dumb ones. Now, but a year ago, we were the dumb ones, and everybody in chat agreed with that. See, it's just fucking bullshit. You know what, dude? If you agree with that, it's just fucking bull.
Hey, I know it doesn't apply to me, so I don't have to prove myself that I wasn't one of those people.
Everybody in chat agreed with that. See, it's just bullshit. You know what, dude? If you'd at least had a little fucking a pair of balls in your sack. You know what, dude? If you'd at least had a little fucking shit. You know what, dude? If you'd at least had a little fucking had a little a pair of balls in your sack to be able to. had a little a pair of balls in your sack to be able to go like, dude, I was wrong. I got propagandized into that shit. You're right. I fucking should have been calling for peace from the very jump. Propagandized into that shit. You're right. I fucking should have been calling for peace. Fucking shit. You're right. I should have been calling for peace from the very jump. Into that, you're right. I should have been calling for peace from the very jump because there'd be 500,000 fucking people not lying dead in a fucking bloody ditch somewhere in Eastern. 500,000 fucking people. 500,000.
Yeah, I'll put it up there twice. Fuck it, I don't care. What's the where's the dead rate?
People not lying dead in a fucking bloody ditch somewhere. Dead in a fucking.
See if there's any more I can pull out of this here.
And I'm wondering, how do we factor in the possibility and probability of this being a net negative, not just for fucking Ukrainian people, but for Europe?
It's apples to oranges, both round, sweet fruits. Pretty comparable.
Here.
Fucking bullshit. Fucking dumbass bullshit analogy, dude.
It is true that the unlikely scenario can still happen. It is possible that any unlikely scenario happens.
I mean, how do we know what's likely and unlikely, though?
You can look at the history of the nation. You can look at what the current situation is.
The history of the nation was extremely divided just a few years ago.
It was extremely divided because of what? Because the Russians put pressure on the Ukrainian government.
I mean, those pressures aren't going to go away. New pressures are going to form.
If the Russian government
surely
can no longer
together, they can be rendered asunder, right? So.
If the Russian government can no longer invade Ukraine because it has NATO protection, as is what it seems to be what the NATO summit in Vilnius, even if they haven't decided on a win, they have decided on if, right? They've decided that it will be a part of NATO. Whether they stick to that, I don't know if they will. But let's say for a moment that they do, and if they do stick to NATO membership, that stops the Russian invasion. That stops the same pressures that they applied in 2014 that caused much of the violence, that forced Yanukovych at the time to back off of the association agreement, go off of the promises that he made to his people, and back off of that deal. Those same pressures don't exist, which caused the violence that happened then. The Russians can't invade Ukraine if they're part of NATO. If there's one thing that we know about NATO, and there's a lot of things you can say about NATO, is that once you join NATO, the Russians don't invade you. And so that violence wouldn't be possible if they have that type of defensive structure in place. That type of violence started in 2014.
Right, that's the imperialistic reason for existence behind NATO, right? It's projecting American power into Europe so that we can say if Europe steps foot in Poland, they've basically fucking stormed the beaches of fucking Corpus Christi, Texas or some shit.
If Europe steps foot in Poland?
I'm sorry, if Russia steps foot in Poland.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
It's basically like they fucking invaded Florida.
Yeah, I'm getting confused there.
Ukraine. And, like that would be, I could at least stand that. But it's this just like slow adoption of my opinion that happens. And then this kind of like act like they always had that opinion once it finally arrives to the reality of the situation. Just kind of like act like they always had that opinion once it finally arrives to the reality of the situation. Like, oh yeah, man, it's like Joe Biden.
Well, Blum, I thought you were a Jenga fan. Danny, no. Danny, no. That's not true. Because we literally have said that the U.S. should have intervened and fucking pressured both.
Should have intervened and
have said that the U.S. should have intervened and peace, and now that's what's happening. We were told that's impossible, that can't happen, and now it literally is. Yeah, I mean, there should have been way more measures to prevent that from ever happening. Sooner, and like hundreds of thousands of people that are dead didn't have to be dead. Yep. A bunch of buildings. Yeah, obviously, when Ukraine gets attacked and there's tanks and jets and fucking bombs going out, obviously they're gonna have to defend themselves at that fucking point. But we're saying like it never. Bombs going out, obviously they're gonna have to defend themselves at that. They're gonna have to defend themselves at that fucking point. But we're saying themselves at that fucking point. Fucking point. But we're saying like it never should have gone to that fucking point to begin with. Like it never should have gone to that fucking. Like it never should have gone to that fucking point.
I don't think they heard the part where like it seems like Russia has endless amounts of forces or some shit.
Until that point. We're saying like it never should have gone to that fucking to begin with.
And America had its finger on the pulse of that fucking conflict from the jump and could have its finger on the pulse of that
finger on the pulse of that fucking conflict.
And America had its finger on the pulse of that conflict from the jump and could have brought both sides to the table and brokered a deal that would have led to over, like 500,000 fucking people still being alive.
Over like 500,000 fucking people
People still being alive.
Look, if we had elected Donald Trump, I'd say this guy. I saw an interview with him. He said, "Look, he just told Putin, don't even think about it." That's all he had to say. Don't even think about it. So Joe Biden said, don't even think about it, TJ. Don't even think. Putin was like, "Fuck up, bitch." I'm not. He was like, "Fuck up." He was like. Putin was like, "I'm not gonna do it," even though they'd already.
I feel like I should get like a shaky, stuttery Joe Biden cutout talking to a Putin. Like, how do you make him vibrate? Let's see. We can do that. I got the full version now, right? DaVinci Resolve vibrating effect.
Another break and just use this small piece of the clip for my shake effect. So what I'm going to do is come over to the left side. I'm going to go to Open Effects. In the search bar, I'm going to type in Shake. Right there, you're going to see Camera Shake. I'm going to press on that. I'm going to drag it right onto the clip I want to use it for. Right there. I'm then going to come to the inspector on the right side. I'm going to go to Effects, down to Shake Levels. I want to use Pan Amplitude. I'm going to increase that a bit. I'm going to use Tilt Amplitude.
Okay. See, I just need a good cutout of Joe Biden. This might work. It's like we did with Halsey over here. What I'll do though, I want to. Oh, what should we do? Center him about there. That's take this. Include his little nub here. You can't get lazy. If I start getting lazy, it's like, okay, time to switch projects for a bit. Alright. Let's feather that. 2 pixels. Whoops, cut it out. Why is it blank? Okay, wait a minute. Select it. Cut. Paste. There we go. What the fuck was going on? What? No, whatever. Wah, 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 wah. But yeah, we should do the whole thing. There we go. All his skin. Nope, not that part. And not the part of the shirt. Speaking of great animation and effects, saw the Dungeons & Dragons Honor Among Thieves. Great movie. fantastic movie. Everyone should go see it. Sure, there'll be a sequel. If there is a sequel, I don't want it to be the same characters. At least not all the same characters. Maybe have like the Paladin show up again and like with the new group of adventurers. That's what it should be. That would be great. Damn it, I did it again. There we go. Okay. You know what I think my mistake is feathering it. There we go. Yeah, see now there's no line. Okay. So, get this image. This is going to be the one I use for the Joe Biden speech. Where he talks about war. And how delicious war is. And how much we need war. How much Biden loves war. Biden loves war. Oh my god. Fucking... Trim to the selection, please. Thank you. There we go. Okay. Which one are we on? 11.7. Okay. You know, this is gonna be a common thing I want to use as long as Joe Biden's around. So, Biden. Cut out. Biden jaw. That should be all we need. Putin should just be riding on a horse. Putin on a horse. This one's kind of... this is just like him being smug. There, that way if Super Chat comes in or all any of that shit, no one's getting covered up. Actually. Zoom in more, zoom out more. I just realized I want to do one other thing here. Oof. How does this work? Fuck. That ad. What's going on here? Why is there even any misalignment? Oh, we're gonna save. Is there a way to sample all layers? That's not what I'm looking to do. Why isn't that working? Oh, because I got the transparency on there. Okay, let's get rid of that. Perfect. Sure. I don't think that's what I want. I think I know what I want. Yeah, okay. This will kind of, well, maybe. Oh, let's see. What's a? No, we need like a textured. Yeah, like a chalk. Perfect. We're gonna make some eyelids. Boom. Boom. They're gonna be easily slid up and down. Oh, I'm trying to think how we work this out. I get clever with it a little bit. Because we'll need a layer for his face. There's nothing but holes in it. Yeah, no eyes. No mouth. Well, the eyes can stay. Yeah, the eyes are gonna have to have holes in them. So the eyelids can go behind him. Let's type that Biden face. Oh wait, no, that's easy. Boom. Oh wait, that's still not easy, cause... Alright, this is what we're gonna do. Yeah, clear that shit. They need to be round. Then go up and down. Yeah, that'll work. Something to give it some kind of definition. A little bit of texture. There we go. Okay. There we go. Holes. Right. Eyelids. And then need one with just the eyes. Biden eyes. Okay. Now we did that. So what's going to happen here? So replace this. Why does it keep going to places I don't want it to go to? Line face. Yep. Alright. Jaw is still where it needs to be. Yep, good. Eyelids and his eyes. Why is the eyes not showing up? Oh shit. There we go. Whew. Thank God for posting attributes. I feel like his eyes should be bigger. I want it to be comically big. Yeah, they kind of are. No, they need to be bigger. There we go. I mean, I'm not trying to be serious here, so I mean, adding a little levity to this whole thing. Alright, let's see how he looks. Stupid jaw. There we go. Alright, just in case it's a little too goofy for my liking, I'm just going to save a second. Alright, so like before, we need to just save the face. Very tempted to take like a video game break, but I know it's not like very productive of me, so I'm resisting the urge. I'm resisting the urge to open up my Steam library right now. I guess it would help if there's like someone here like chatting with me or whatever and just shooting shit. But it's ain't not happening, so yeah, I'm just a little tempted, that's all. Little tempted. You say, oh, it's just a break. Like, no. I don't get breaks. I work a full-time job to support this passion of mine. And if I want to get away from that, I gotta sacrifice a lot of free entertainment. I feel a lot more fulfilled, you know, doing that too, by the way. I don't just play video games all the time. Yeah, obviously I have some sort of break once in a while. Otherwise you'll go naughty. Okay. Delete this shit here. Just gonna re-import it. Jaw, face, lids, eyes. I don't know why there's a misalignment to it. All right.
Bitch. That's all I had to say. Don't even think about it. So Joe Biden even think about it. Think about it. So Joe Biden.
Alright, we gotta do this one at a time. Starting point for the lids should just be like right there. Eye should be frozen. His face should be frozen. And the lids, that's it. I cut out his... Cut out his fucking top lip. I'm an idiot. What is that? Why is it like that? Oh, yeah, that means I have to redo the jaw too. There, they'll force me to replace it. And Biden jaw.
Even think about it.
Don't. Oh god, fucking fuck my life. Why can't I hear it?
Don't even think about it. Think about it. Think about it. Bitch. do it, even though they'd already made invasions in Ukraine at that point. But whatever.
Oh,
But that's
goddamn.
neither here nor there.
Oh, god damn it.
Conflict from the jump and could have brought both sides.
He said, look, you just told Putin, don't even think about it. That's all I had to say. Don't even think about it. So Joe.
I'm gonna reset the whole damn thing.
Don't even think about it, TJ. Don't even think. Oh, and Putin was like, Joe Biden has said, don't even think about it, TJ. Don't even think about it. Joe Biden has said, don't even think about it, TJ.
Come on, please.
Don't do it, even though they are. Already made invasions into Ukraine at that point, but whatever. That's neither here nor there. I'm not going to do it, even though they are. They made invasions into Ukraine at that point, but whatever. Well, that's neither here nor there.
I'm just tired of it, dude. And dude, not to bring it back to what we were just.
Well, that's neither here nor there.
I'm just tired of it, dude. And dude, not to bring it back to what we were just talking about, but this whole fucking Biden situation. Dude, not to bring it back, we're just talking about this whole fucking. Talking about, but this whole fuck Biden situation. Who called that? Called that before Biden was even elected. That was me. Who said what the worst case scenario I see here is we get a Biden presidency that's basically just a pause of all Trump era policy. And he's so weak and so feckless and so demented that Trump comes back and beats him again in fucking 2024.
Yeah, Biden's approval, Biden versus Trump polls. I don't know. Let's see. Fucking hate this shit. Nope, nope, my fucker. Too late. Fucked off. Yep, New York Times. Too late, bitch. Got your fucking headline that I needed to snipe. You can go fuck off and die now, New York Times. Fuck off and die.
That Trump comes back and beats him again in 2024. And everybody was like, whatever, idiot.
Trump is done.
Whatever, idiot. You fucking are you a Trump simp? Yeah, you fucking Are you a Trump simp? Is that what's going on here? Are you a secret Trumper or something? That's fucking retarded, dude. Trump done. That's fucking retarded, dude. Trump done. Trump done. It's Jover, bro.
Jover.
And now here we are. We've arrived.
The only way he's gonna lose, probably at this point, is if he gets barred from even running.
Over, bro. And now here we are. We've arrived. And that's exactly what happened.
Trumper. About some of President Zelensky's open-ended conscription requirements. So that's really interesting. I did not know that. I know that Russia has pulled up. But they've done conscription, they pull people up, and...
Alright.
Yeah, manpower is the main concern right now. That Ukraine's running out of people to throw in front of the fucking wood chipper. Front of the throw in front of the wood chipper. That is endless Russian fucking aggression. That is endless Russian That is endless Russian aggression. Oops. Whole generation of Russian aggression. Oops. Whole generation of fatherless and motherless children in Ukraine for something that could have been stopped before it even started. If our leaders cared enough about human life and human... If our leaders cared enough about human life and human fucking dignity to do something about it. But you know what they cared about more? Money. Making Raytheon money, making Boeing money. Well, go fuck your... Well, go fuck your...
We have a big surprise. Money interest.
Well, go fuck yourselves, all of you.
I mean, yeah, even taking that part of, like, you know, what should have happened to begin with out of it, like taking that, if we're just talking about there is a war, I mean, like, how do people, I mean, is there any denying that those companies are benefiting immensely from it?
I mean, and the surprised Pikachu face is real cute from the left now that Biden's just like totally completely useless on this fucking Israeli fucking useless on this fucking Israeli genocide going on. They're just like, why hasn't Biden stepped in and done something? It's like you were fucking. Then it's like you were fucking told. Then it's like you fucking. And it's like you were told, idiot. This motherfucker told you who he was.
Should put like it's only been a month from Vosh on there. I want to do that. I'm gonna pull the part where Vosh is like, it's only been a month, bro. Oh, yeah, that's right. They cut it down.
There he is.
It's a marginal part of political activism. Either, because as I said before, that would just incentivize Democrats to go after a moderate voting base.
I mean, your voice is reaching the halls of power. You were just at the White House, weren't you?
I advocate for harsh criticism and pushback, but at the end of the day, I think the best way to advocate for that, in my particular position, is to refer to the voting interests of others.
I just don't see what the incentive to give a shit about the harsh. I mean, like, if you go to someone and say, like, I harshly criticize you, but still you have my unwavering support, it's like, what is my harsh criticism really put on Israel?
The more popular certain things are, the more comfortable they'll be. I could be wrong. It's possible they don't respond well to this pressure, and that also wouldn't surprise me because, again, there's a lot of, like, corpo shit involved here. But I do think there's still a possibility that there's a move here. And also, the other big thing we threaten them with is the popularity of the issues they push for. I do agree that, on average, like, politicians want to get voted in. Like, you know, that's kind of their thing. Even if they don't necessarily seek the far left as a stable voting base. And as a consequence,
not a great one to go for.
Yeah, they're looking to edge in things that are popular. The more popular certain things are, the more comfortable they'll be supporting them, even if there's opposition. A good example of this would be climate change issues. Climate change has been a known issue for well over half a century, but only in the past few decades has the popular understanding.
My indignant betrayal, or your placid fucking acceptance that that's
no, listen,
fucking...
this is you. This is the child tossing their dinner off the table.
Yeah, you haven't held a fucking 9 to 5 before. I don't know what we really fucking invested in this idea that me and TJ are advocating for, like, oh, they just sit around our asses and nothing matters anyway. I know that's the easier thing to argue for Joe Biden as a pro-Palestinian vote.
I mean, compared to Donald Trump, I think it's a less anti-Palestinian vote. Yeah, Trump has said stuff that leads me to believe he would be much more hawkish.
I mean, isn't the action?
Yeah, I don't think Trump's having good policies on that.
I don't think he is either, but I don't see how you could possibly call a vote for Joe Biden.
I don't think there's a pro-Palestinian vote here.
There isn't, and that's part of the problem.
There are two anti-Palestinian candidates, though I do think one of them is meaningfully worse than the other. I just think it's the Palestinian thing. Like I said, this is.
I don't know how meaningful it is, but I'll agree there is maybe some difference.
I agree that it's not super meaningful. Like, this is an issue where there seems to be a pretty strong bipartisan consensus to be, like, ghoulish on this specific matter. I just I
think the world of the American people, by the way.
Yeah, no, for sure, and I think that's largely a corporate thing. I think that's because for decades politicians have weaponized disingenuous accusations of anti-Semitism as a way of shutting up political opponents, not because they care about Jews, but rather because in the legacy of the Holocaust, people still understand fundamentally that anti-Semitism is a big no-no in a way that we haven't really done with other kinds of racial ethnic bigotry, because we tend to codify those, and anti-Semitism gets called out for what it is, or sometimes what it isn't. So there's a lot of, like, social fuckery there, but the left is leading the charge on the right end of this issue, right? And there are meaningful consequences to that. The White House is buckling under pressure. We know that. Staffers have admitted to it, and honestly, when talking to the news, like, there are people
our position of withholding your boisterous immediate support for candidates and extracting fucking concessions by being loud and unapologetic about your opposition to their fucking genocide.
I'm totally okay with you guys.
Why don't you do it? Because you have been openly fucking just not only saying that you plan to vote for Biden no matter what, but encouraging your fucking fan base to do it too, which kind of doesn't give you a whole lot of fucking leverage when it comes to, it definitely dumbs down the leverage, don't you think?
I think that I think that the opposite doesn't give any leverage either, because as I said before, that would just incentivize Democrats to go after a moderate voting base.
Your voice is reaching the halls of power. You were just at the White House, weren't
I
you?
advocate for harsh criticism and pushback, but at the end of the day, I think the best way to advocate for that, in my particular position, is to refer to the voting interests of others.
I just don't see what the incentive to give a shit about the harsh. I mean, like, if you go to someone and say, like, I harshly criticize you, but still you have my unwavering support, it's like, what does my harsh criticism really mean at that point? Not much.
Right. I mean, it definitely, I bet it plays a role in Biden's fecklessness on this issue and his molasses-like lack of mobility on this issue. That he looks at popular creators like yourself that are basically saying what TJ just said.
Biden's not watching Vosh.
No, but I'm saying, like, the people that handle Biden, the advisors and the speechwriters and the policy fucking wonks, they are watching Vosh. They're not only watching Vosh, they're watching Hassan, they're watching Destiny, they're watching social media trends where this type of shit is rampant. Biden 2024, baby, before the fucking presidency is 2 days old. That doesn't really engender you a whole lot of fucking leverage when times like this pop up.
The impression that I've gotten from the data that I've looked at and the tendencies in the halls of power seem to be that threatening to withhold votes does basically nothing. It does not encourage the Dems to go further left. So it just helps them write us off. However, there are good reasons to pressure them, and there are things that they can be incentivized with that aren't us directly.
What are you pressuring them? You don't think Democrats are threatened by, like, people withholding votes from them? Like, that doesn't make sense. Politics want almost more than anything else is people to vote for them.
Vosh, please explain to me how you're pressuring them.
Specifically, people on the left withholding votes.
I'm not talking just the left. I'm talking about a broader movement of America.
I know, but I am on the left. And the tendency to reject the bipartisan framework can be justified differently depending on where you are in the political spectrum. If there are
what difference does it make if the left just withholds their votes? Then they will just, wouldn't they just write you off then entirely then?
moderates who are withholding from the electoral process because they feel like there's no real difference no matter who wins, that's a different issue than whatever than this specific dynamic, this engagement. I think ultimately there are two main things to threaten with, okay? One is, as a progressive issue becomes more popular, the more legitimate the threat becomes that Democrats being bad in it will lose moderate voters. This has been how we've won most of the positive shifts in the Dems over the past few decades. Not by arguing people on the left want it. Who cares what the left wants? A bunch of college students, degenerates, and sodomites? No. What they care about is, does the median voter care? And the median voter, by default, this person doesn't exist, but we can extrapolate. If that person doesn't care at all, whatever. But if they can be made to care, like for example, with gay or trans rights being made a majority issue rather than a marginal issue, then suddenly it becomes politically popular. Notice how Hillary Clinton went from thinking marriage is between a man and a woman to thinking that gay marriage is acceptable, and Obama as well. Like that marker, that was the 50% marker. As soon as the median voter cares, that's what the Dems care about. That's what I threaten with. Your position on this.
Well, by that standard, they should have already flipped on Israel.
It's only been a month. I genuinely think something's going.
There it is. That's only been a month. 132.18. This is funny when you said that to me. That really stuck with me.
Care about. That's what I threaten with. Your position on this.
Well, by that standard, they should have already flipped on Israel.
It's only been a month. I genuinely think something's going to happen soon.
It's only been a month of the most brutal bombing campaign in modern history.
It's only been a month. I genuinely think something's going to happen soon.
It's only been a month of the most brutal bombing campaign in modern history.
I don't know, just note that it's in the future.
Told, idiot.
It's only been.
They're just like, why hasn't Biden stepped in and done something? It's like, you were told, idiot.
It's only been a month. I genuinely think something's going to happen soon.
It's only been a month of the most brutal bombing campaign in modern history. This motherfucker told you who he was. He's got a long political career and never won. This motherfucker. This motherfucker told you who he was. This motherfucker told you who he was. He's got a long political career and never once has he spoken an ill word about fucking Israel. Fucking Israel. About Israel or voted for any kind of Israeli sanctioning. This motherfucker
fucking.
Never met a war he didn't like. Never met a war he didn't like. You were told before you elected him that he was a warmonger.
You know, I should make that title look clear. Put that right in the center.
Campaign in modern history. This motherfucker told you who he was. He's got a long political career, and never once has he spoken an ill word about Israel or voted for any kind of Israeli sanctioning. Never met a war he didn't like.
But the Russians, I mean, they've burnt through a very significant portion of
Joe Biden is
Even think about
don't
it,
even
Jack.
think about it, TJ. Don't even. Oh, and Putin was like,
Crap, bitch.
I'm not going to do it, even though they had already made invasions into Ukraine at that point. But whatever. Well, that's neither here nor there.
Never met a war he didn't like. You were told before you elected him that he was a warmonger. So don't fucking give me this, like, shocking. So don't fuck. So don't fuck. Give me this, like, shocking. So don't fuck. So don't fuck. Give me this, like, shock and surprise. Like, man, I'm fucking dog. So don't give me this, like, shock.
No, I can probably just cut it so that he just says, "Don't give me this."
So don't give me this, like, shock and surprise. Like, man, I'm fucking. Like, man, I'm fucking dog. Man, I'm fucking dog. I thought Biden would have been better on this, bro. No, then you're fucking stupid. Then you're stupid. Then you're stupid. Stupid. You're stupid and you're blind if that's the case. Just like this fucking. It's like this. Fuck. Ignorance, man. And there's no excuse for it anymore. Like, we can't even move past this as leftists, past we shouldn't be simping with the fucking with the enemy. We shouldn't be hitching our wagon to Genocide Joe. We shouldn't be fucking full-throatedly full-throatedly support. We shouldn't be full-throatedly supporting every fucking proxy war. Shouldn't be we shouldn't be full-throatedly supporting every fucking proxy. Every fucking proxy war American decides to fucking jump into. Decides to fucking American decides to jump into. We can't agree on that. We're going nowhere on the left.
Oh my God.
What is this?
They got it all blocked off. The Lloyd Center exit, the Convention Center exit, every motherfucking exit. You
I can't believe how stupid this guy is. I'm so glad he's away.
On that, we're going nowhere on the left.
Oh my God.
I wonder if did he actually say that? Joe Biden. Nothing will fundamentally change.
Of course, the Democrats are already campaigning to replace Trump, and the circular firing squad has begun. I'll tell you all about it in tonight's Doing It Donkey Style. Anyone but Trump! I believe we are still 501 days away from the election. But for the moment, the Democratic frontrunner is former Vice President and man who just lost his fingers to a bologna slicer, Joe Biden. Biden spoke at a private fundraiser earlier this week and told the big donors that he didn't want to demonize the wealthy and added that under his presidency, no one's standard of living will change. Nothing will fundamentally change. Oh, okay. That explains Biden's inspiring update to Obama's campaign poster.
You have another one that here says that? Here we go.
That Americans are frustrated. In fact, 75% of voters say the country is heading in the wrong direction despite the results of last night. What in the next 2 years do you intend to do differently to change people's opinion of the direction of the country, particularly as you contemplate a run for president in 2024?
Nothing, because they're just finding out what we're doing. The more they know about what we're doing, the more support there is. Do you know anybody who wants us to get rid of the change we made on prescription drug prices and raise prices again? Do you know anybody who wants us to walk away from building those roads and bridges and internet and so on? I don't know. I think that the problem is the major piece of legislation we passed, and some of it bipartisan, takes time to be recognized. For example, you got over $1 trillion worth of infrastructure money, but not that many spades we put in the ground. It's taking time. For example, I was on the phone congratulating a Californian recently, and then someone up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, the congressman got elected. He said, "Can you help us make sure we're able to have high-speed rail service from Scranton to New York City?" I said, "Yeah, we can. We can. First of all, it'll make it a lot easier, take a lot of vehicles off the road, and we have more money in the pot now, already out there. We voted for it. So I'm not going to change. Matter of fact, there's some things I want to change and add to. For example, we passed the most bipartisan, we passed the most extensive gun legislation. So I'm not going to change the direction. I said I ran for 3 reasons. I'm going to continue to stay where I'm at. No, I fully understand the legitimate concern that what I'm saying is wrong. Okay, one is that I said we're going to restore the soul of the country, begin to treat each other with decency, honor, and integrity. And it's starting to happen. People, the conversations are becoming more normal, becoming more. How can I say it? Decent. Second thing I said was I want to build a country from the middle out, the bottom up, and that way everybody does fine. I'm tired of trickle down. Not a whole lot trickles down when you trickle down to hardworking folks. The third thing I know is still very hard. I'm doing everything in my power to see to unite the country. It's hard to sustain yourself as a leading democracy in the world if you can't generate some unity. So I'm not going to change anything in any fundamental
way. Chicken sauté and crude ice.
Now, I've been given a list of 10 people that I'm supposed to call on, and you're all supposed to ask.
As you mentioned,
how come we never hold you guys the same standard you hold us to? But anyway, go ahead. The country. It's hard to sustain yourself as a leading democracy in the world if you can't generate some unity. So I'm not going to change anything in any fundamental way. More, how can I say it? Decent. Second thing I said was I want to build a country from the middle out, the bottom up, and that way everybody does fine. I'm tired of trickle down. Not a whole lot to unite the country.
Is that where he says it?
Of course, under his presidency, no one's standard of living will change. Nothing will fundamentally change.
Does it say in the speech?
The Joe Biden train.
Oh my God.
So we're not here again in 10 years.
The answer is yes. That's why I proposed, and the House, Nancy, put it in the plan to immediately provide $10,000 in debt relief, $10,000 in debt relief, $10,000 in debt relief.
Biden administration considering extending that student repayment plan. We're still assessing the impact of the Omicron variant, but a smooth transition back into repayment is a high priority. For the administration, smooth transition back into repayment is a high priority. For the administration, transition back into repayment is a high priority. For the administration.
What?
What about the students? Is now a time to forgive student debt and then restructure how we pay for college so we're not here again in 10 years?
The answer is yes. That's why I proposed, and the House, Nancy, put it in.
There's bailing out of businesses, which is a good thing.
The hell?
To see to unite the country. It's hard to sustain yourself as a leading democracy in the world if you can't generate some unity. So I'm not going to change anything in any fundamental way.
He's referring to his campaign. I'm not going to change anything in any fundamental way. What?
Joe Manchin ran to Fox News after the election to assure them that no change is coming to America. He told them that he's definitely against eliminating the filibuster. He said he's definitely against expanding the see much getting through the Senate. Because this is Joe Manchin. Socialism. When Republicans win, they get Republican policy implemented. When easy.
The moment, the Democratic firing update to Obama's campaign poster. Oh, okay, that explains Biden's inspiring change. Nothing. No one's standard of living, and added that under his presidency, no one's standard of living will change.
I only can pull a quote.
How the fuck can you run for president on the party that's supposed to be the left party? I don't even know how to say that. Or chicken saute and crudites. I don't know what the fuck that means, bro. Would fundamentally change, he said. And nobody has to be punished. No one's standard of living would change. Nothing would disagree in the margins. No, you all know in your gut what has to be. And crudites. I don't know what the fuck that means, bro. Quote. Truth of the matter is, you all know in your gut what has to be done, Biden said. We can disagree in the margins, but the truth of the matter is, it's all within our wheelhouse, and nobody has to be punished. No one's...
I think this is what I'll use. Bitch. No.
Standard of living would change. Nothing would fundamentally change, he said. You want to make that your campaign slogan, big guy? Joe Biden, quote, nothing would fundamentally change. He literally said that. You were VP for a guy who ran on the slogan of change. And you just said, quote, nothing would fundamentally change to a bunch of rich asshole donors. No, don't worry, your standard of living wouldn't change. Nothing would fundamentally change. It's all good. It's all good. Relax. It's good. You can vote for me. You can support me because am I going to change the system? No, I'm going to protect the status quo. I'm going to protect the establishment. I'm going to protect the powers that be. No one's standard of living would change. Nothing would fundamentally change. That's an admission. He's not even going to do, like, roll back Trump's tax cuts. That's what that is. How the fuck can you run for president on the party that's supposed to be the left party, and you're going to say, no, I'm for nothing fundamentally changing? That's the definition of a conservative. That is the definition of a conservative. Somebody said it on Twitter. I think it was Cody Johnson. He said something like, Joe Biden should go ahead and try to primary Trump as a Republican. He should run as a Republican and try to primary Trump. When I read this, I think, yeah, absolutely. Nothing would fundamentally change. That's the problem, Joe. This is why you're plummeting in the polls. You have zero sense of the political time we live in, and you also... The Carlisle... bro! Punished. No one's standard of living would change. Nothing would fundamentally change, he said. Quote, truth of the matter is... Chicken saute. Fuck that means, bro. Is you all know in your gut what has to be done, Biden said. We can disagree in the margins, but the truth of
like the support for this has waned even.
Nobody has to be punished. No one's standard of living would change. Nothing would fundamentally change, he said. 100, as I said, presidential candidates say he pretty much breaks the record for being massively, colossally, gargantuanly, if that's a word, out of touch.
So look at this. Former Vice President Joe Biden told affluent donors Tuesday
Nowhere on the left.
Former Vice President Joe Biden told affluent donors standard of living.
All right, so we're gonna freeze frame there. Why did it cut?
Former Vice President Joe Biden told affluent donors standard of living would change. No one standard of living. No one standard of living would change. Nothing.
Oops.
Fundamentally change, he said.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, I'll put a title on it.
One thing will change. Nothing will really change, he said.
See if there's anything more though that comes up.
Every motherfucker.
Blocking the exit where you can't go get fed.
He's about to make some real bad.
Was he trying to get some pancakes or something?
I don't know what he's trying to get.
I mean, like, was he trying to get like a sandwich or something? Because he looks pretty fat. So I'm assuming like he's mad because they're blocking the exit where he can't go get fed.
He's about to make some real bad decisions. I'll let you know that. This music fucking sucks, bro. What the fuck is this horse shit?
This is his "I'm a badass" music that he's throwing.
Simple now. Oh shit!
So he's just driving around all the construction and shit through the barricade.
There's a he just drove past the barricades. He drove down a closed exit. Now he's
Yeah, this I'll probably cut this too. It's worth it.
Yo, if you do this guy, should not be inconvenienced.
Fuck this shit. I'm going through here.
Jesus Christ, he's
there's
cruising.
people along the parade route here.
He's fucking cruising.
Oh man, this guy is probably gonna end up in jail.
He's probably already sitting in jail.
Probably already there. Yeah. I mean, he's literally driving his fucking pickup truck through a fucking parade. Yeah, this guy's about to be in some shit. Like, this roads are shut down, dipshit. Oh, so this guy was mad that a parade shut down where he wanted to go.
Yeah. And he decided that, like, this is the way to deal with it.
And fucking child molester, too. So he can get fucked. Surprised he looks as put together as he does. Hey, barely used channel. How you doing? Alright, I think we're done with this. Alright. I'll make that the next thing I edit, actually. A series of bad decisions. A series of bad driving decisions. Okay. Yeah, I thought this would be important to get out there too, because this is like recent stuff. Ukrainian peace deal. Two things you need to do. You need to find a spot for AITJ.
Ukrainian people.
Oh, I know where to put this. Right after Dylan Burns' comment.
I think like 30 to like 35% of it already. And so I don't see how they keep that up for another 9 years. They don't have the production capacity. They don't have the foreign exports. So I just don't think it's like financially even fit.
That's what I heard. What?
But the Russians, I mean, they've burnt through a very significant portion of their tank stockpile in a year and a half. I think like they don't have the foreign export feasible.
I can't believe it. Wow. So simple math didn't fail me. Amazing. No.
The ghost of
No
Kiev.
Oh my god. The hell did you hear, TJ? I heard what was said. Open your ears. Open your ears.
There we go. How are you doing, barely used channel? Having a good morning? Alright. AITJ right there. I need to come up with new images for this at least at some point. Why not now? It doesn't work.
Hello,
It'll take
this
too
is
long.
AITJ here to tell you that you might die
ideology. Click it, you wonderful humans. Click it, for I cannot.
I mean, I guess maybe people feel our
I
taste
want to go
was so
rewatch
bad.
our entire Dylan Burns episode now.
Oh yeah, an image on there.
I want to go
It was
rewatch.
it was so bad.
Our entire Dylan Burns episode now.
And just like all of the fucking like, dude, just the bullshit. I bought the party line misinformation.
Oh,
and
dude,
you're
they're
a
treated like
retard.
useful
You're a
idiots.
retard for going. Oh yeah, dude.
And that's the shitty about for people like Dylan Burns. I watched some of that episode. I didn't watch all of it, but like I will just say this: that like I honestly empathize with him because of the fact that they will have people go out and sell that shit so hardcore, and then they will f them in the ass immediately when it's like, okay, we're just gonna cut a deal now.
Yeah, they'll throw you completely overboard. So they basically have what this is about is they basically used your support.
How about a subscription?
In order
then?
to continue
Subscribe.
a pointless, bloody war.
It's time for the goalpost to move. You guys literally don't grasp at all what we're disagreeing with you about. You act like being invaded is not a choice.
I don't know. Yeah, I might have said that. Maybe I see when this fucking shit started.
Well, yeah, you're saying that now. A year ago, we were done one, and everybody in the chat agreed with that. It's just bullshit. You know what, dude? You at least had a little parallel for your chat to be able to like, dude, I was wrong. I got propaganda, and that you're right. I should have been calling for peace from the very jump because there'd be, half a million people not dead and what bloody did somewhere in Eastern Ukraine. And, like that would be I could at least stand that. But it's this like slow adoption of my opinion that happens. And then this kind of like act like they always had that opinion once it finally arrives to the reality of the situation. Like, oh yeah, man, it's like Joe Biden.
Well, Blumby, I
Joe
thought you were a
Danny,
Jenga fan.
Danny, no. Danny, no. That's not true. Because we literally have said that the U.S. should have intervened and pressured both sides towards peace. And now that's what's happened. We were told that's impossible, that can't happen. And now it literally is.
Yeah, I mean, there should have been way more measures to prevent
why
that
didn't
war
this
from
just
ever
happen
happening.
sooner? And like hundreds of thousands of people that are dead didn't have to be dead.
Yep.
A bunch of buildings
Yeah,
that are
obviously
rubble didn't
when
have to be
Ukraine gets
rubble.
attacked and there's tanks and jets and fucking bombs.
I should
going
just put an image here that says insert bombed out picture.
jets and fucking tanks and jets and fucking.
You know, I don't want to just give in and not put anything on there. You know what? Dancing in a circle. Put Teletubbies dancing in a circle, and just put like insert war footage here. Because that would be like where I put it, but I can't because YouTube would be like, nuh-uh. You can't do that. You're not CNN. You can't do that. You can't do that, no. Nice to give me text. Download the fucking thing. Fucking download the goddamn video. Okay, so I'm gonna do this, okay. What about this one? Something went wrong. Hunt. It's gonna give me a fucking stamp. And then QR code or some bullshit. There we go. Look at my meme vids. Creepy ass pieces of shit. I know there's gotta be something like imitating for babies, but goddamn, man.
And there's tanks and obviously
a bunch of buildings
yeah,
that are. A bunch of buildings
yeah,
that are
obviously
rubble
when Ukraine gets
rubble.
attacked and there's tanks and jets and fucking bombs going out, obviously they're gonna have to.
Yep. A bunch of buildings
Yeah,
that are
obviously
rubble.
when Ukraine gets attacked and there's tanks and jets and fucking bombs going out, and fuck bombs going out, obviously they're gonna have to defend themselves at that point. But we're saying like they never should have gone to that fuck to begin with.
Yep. A bunch of buildings
Yeah,
that are
obviously
rubble.
when Ukraine gets attacked and there's tanks and jets and fuck bombs going out, obviously they're gonna have to defend themselves at that point. But we're saying like they never should have gone to that fuck to begin with.
No, where's the YouTube logo? I'm gonna put that shit in behind there. Fuck that. Fuck that too. Remind them. Tired of this fucking namby-pamby bullshit. I'll decide what I can and can't handle. Oh my god, where's like the YouTube logo shit? Come on, motherfucker. Oh my god, fuck me. YouTube logo, PNG. It's gotta be somewhere in my fucking folder. Peace deal, peace deal, peace deal, peace deal. Gotta be somewhere. I always think I have it in one easy to find place, and it's not there. Gotta fucking love it. A bunch of extra shit here that shouldn't be here either. Oh, there it is. Thank God, okay. Yeah, clip arts, that's where I put it.
A bunch of buildings
Yeah,
that are
obviously when Ukraine gets
attacked.
attacked and there's tanks and jets and fuck bombs going out.
Actually, rotate it the other way.
A bunch of buildings
Yeah,
that are
obviously
rebel
when
didn't have to be
Ukraine gets
rebel.
attacked and there's tanks and jets and fuck bombs going out, obviously they're gonna have to defend themselves at that point. But we're saying like they never should have gone to that fuck to begin with.
And America had its finger on the pulse of that conflict from the jump and could have brought both sides to the table and brokered a deal that would have led to over like 500,000 people still being alive.
Look, if we had elected Donald Trump, I had to say this, guy. I saw an interview with him. He said, "Look, he just told Putin, don't even think about it." That's all I had to say. Don't even think about it. So if Joe Biden has said, don't even think about it, TJ. Don't even think. Oh, and Putin was like, I'm not going to do it, even though they had already.
Wish I could see what that looked like, but okay.
Don't even think about it, TJ. Don't even think. Oh, and Putin was like, I'm not gonna do. Like, I'm not gonna do it. They had already made invasions into Ukraine at that point, but whatever. That's neither here nor there.
I'm just tired of it, dude. And dude, not to bring it back to what we were just talking about, but this whole Biden situation, who called that before Biden was even elected? That was me. Who said, what the worst case scenario I see here is we get a Biden presidency that's basically just a pause of all Trump era policy. And he's so weak and so feckless and so demented that Trump comes back and beats him again in 2020. And everybody was like, whatever, idiot. Are you for? And everybody was like,
oh man, I can pull that. I know I can pull that. This is it. 3 years ago.
A couple of weeks ago, you guys had a pretty cool talk. I've worked with him for a number of years now. First on the Drunken Peasants, which I also understand you very recently appeared on. I was a part of.
Make the argument necessarily that Biden would be better for the developing world than Trump. I don't know. Can you make an argument that he is worse for the developing world, or only that it means no change to the status quo?
I would be way more comfortable. I don't think I would make an argument that Biden would somehow be worse for the developing world.
Okay, I think I would agree with that.
I do think I would feel very comfortable making the argument that Biden will likely result in a no change status quo. I mean, he of course was vice president during the Obama administration when drone strikes went through the roof. I think brown people that don't live in America, especially those that live in the Middle Eastern region on this planet, and maybe some of them that live in the South American region of this planet, ought to be really scared that Joe Biden is about to be their president, because we know he loves some drone strikes. Indirect military intervention. He's got a big fucking boner for it. No matter what he says publicly, we watched him preside over it silently as fucking Barack Obama's VP. We watched him support it.
So my main contention here would be, and this is all speculative, but it seems like every evolutionary, like leftist solution to this seems far less likely to me than people just blocking off the borders, creating an ethno-state, and trying to build up national and state power, like as a way of resisting forces of the outside world.
Now, when it comes to migrants, the biggest group there, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the biggest group there is Hispanic migrants.
Yeah, in Southeast Asia,
we
probably get mostly Hispanic migrants.
Sure. What is it that you fear? Because you use some pretty strong rhetoric about migrants battering down our doors. Oh, wait, I'm totally fine with them coming in.
Okay,
I'm sorry, my language may have been clear, and I apologize for that.
No,
I'm totally okay. I want borders abolished. I think they're fine. I think that's how it'll be interpreted by the media of our country.
Fair, sorry.
So just to clarify, my apologies. Very, very fine. One generation after, like, refugees like settle in, they become like economically productive. Their crime rates tend to be lower. Like, I don't care. It's good, fine. But yeah, with regards to this, my main concern is I want to facilitate the best ideological conditions prior to this collapse possible. So my goal would be we try to move the electorate of this country in a position where we eventually get a Bernie Sanders type in office. I think that's as far as we can go electorally within capitalism. I don't think we can go farther than that. I don't think there's any way to peacefully or legislatively seize the means of production. I think there'd be a revolution before that happens. But if we get people's minds in the right place, if we incline people towards the right type of ideological dispositions prior to this tremendous collapse, I think we might be the ones to win out after dust is cleared, the rubble is settled. That's my concern. And my worry is that from precedent, it seems like putting people like Donald Trump in office don't empower the left, they empower the right.
Isn't that on us, though? Isn't that on us to be loud and to be smarter? Because here's the thing, dude. I want to tell you something. I'm sitting over here smiling during that last part of your speech. People that follow me will know that just a few days ago, I said something that was almost indistinguishable from that. My entire ideology is oriented towards trying to engender this type of thinking in more people so that when the shit hits the fan, there's a chance that those people are there, they come through it, and they go, here was the problem. Here was the toxic, disgusting, vampiric system. That was the old paradigm that leached life from the working man, that made our lives horrible. And we still have all its machinery, if they're lucky. We still have a lot of its machinery. We have all its books, all its knowledge. And we can do something different. We can build this a better way. That is what I'm oriented towards. That's why I spend so much fucking time talking about this. So if that's true of you, which I think it is from what I just listened to, then we are on the same page. The divide between us is almost meaningless at that point, if that's the case.
Depends on where our votes go. Because I think the best way of achieving that outcome is to have Biden in office and then spend the next 4 years bullying the ever-living shit out of him. Sometimes I dream about it. I wake up with soiled underwear because I imagine 4 entire years where I get to, along with my comrades, ruthlessly bully the Biden administration. Right now with Trump, the Trump has empowered the far right. His approval ratings are through the roof with the Republican Party at least. And the left in this country can't do anything to Trump. We can't influence him in any way, shape, or form. Why would he listen to us? We're not his constituency. But with Biden, who's already been making plenty of concessions to Bernie, allowed him to keep delegates. By the way, guys, Bernie is currently really, really close to reaching the delegate threshold that he needs to force more concessions during the Milwaukee DNC convention. If you motherfuckers are in states that haven't done your Democratic primaries yet, make sure to vote for Bernie Sanders, okay? It's the primaries, not the
Let's decide we don't want to play.
Anyway, we do all this. We get as many concessions out of that fucker as possible, and no matter how many we take, we still complain. And we get the DNC as riled up and as discontented as possible with the establishment, with people like Pelosi, with people like with Biden. And eventually we mobilize that electoral energy towards enfranchising the population, fixing the gerrymandering, trying to re-enfranchise like felons, trying to get more voting booths in like historically poor or POC communities. And all of this is part of a steamroll that we can engage in to take back the true majority of the country. A third of the country is Republican. We, or people too apathetic to vote, represent the majority by a vast amount. And all it takes is 1 or 2 good election cycles for us to make the Republican Party irrelevant on a federal level. And if we do that, we get reign until that revolution comes. Okay. And that's what I hope for.
I want to say that I don't disagree with your methods, and I really don't disagree with your position, man. Like I told you, I think one of our first communications was that I'm not here to tell you don't vote. Like that's really not my message. I'm not going to vote. I'm willing to defend why, but I'm really not that guy trying to stand in front of you at the polls and go stop doing this. I have my reasons, and I think that they're perfectly reasonable, and we can go through those. But there's almost a sadness that hangs over when I hear, and I don't mean to talk to you like I'm your grandpa or something, but a bright, vibrant young dude like you with a good brain in his head and a lot of really great ideas and a passionate following around him, man. There's excitement around that, but there's a sadness to me hearing you talk like that because I'm telling you, I was you. And I'm not trying to be like, Sonny, I know everything about your life, but I was really like you back when I called myself a democratic socialist. I was very active, very fiery, very confrontational. I talked to anybody about anything. I was so sure I was right, so completely and utterly sure of myself. And these are all good things about you. It's what makes Vosh as far as I can see. It's great. But
I'm an excitable kind of guy.
Yes, then that's a good thing. No, it's like stay excitable no matter what the fuck happens. Don't let that die, because when that dies, you may as well just pull the dirt in on top of yourself. You know what I mean? But here's the thing. I'm sad because I see that energy that you have, and I see the energy in your fucking community too. And I look at that and I go, fuck, look at all these leftist people that are sick of this fucking oppressive system. Look at this. Look at all these young folks that are like, fuck this system, man. Yeah. And so much of that energy, Vosh, when you take this riding with Biden position, is aimed at a vote that's ultimately going to preserve the status quo. And here's what I think in my mind. I think, what if that same energy that Vosh has on his channel right now, that same youthfulness, that same righteous indignation, what if that was aimed at, fuck, this isn't working, this can't be changed from within, we don't have the money, we're not trillionaires, we can't buy the politicians. It's been shown time and time again that when we get a candidate that might make some substantive changes, really radical substantive changes, they scuttle him over and over again. Check out. Stop pouring that energy into this fucking electoral cycle that, let me tell you, it's been disappointing young men like you since before I was born. Young men like you, and once again, I'm not trying to talk down to you, dude. It's just, we're just of different ages, and I feel
that's okay.
I feel a fucking kinship with you, though, because you really do remind me of myself in a lot of ways, like politically speaking and passion speaking. And so, if I could go back and tell myself something, it's that the answer to all these problems that are looming, horrifying fucking problems, that to list them just makes me sick to my stomach. The fucking earth, the racial tension that's about to boil over and explode in this country, rightfully so, the continued degradation of women in society at large, all of this horrifying blood, the fucking camps with little Mexican kids in them and little Hispanic children, and it goes all over me, dude. I get fucking emotional just talking about it, and that's just half the shit going on, Pour that energy towards tearing this motherfucker down. Let the stink of it rise so fucking high that the average person loses faith in that system. Because perpetuating this system, that at the end of it, no matter who you vote for, whether it's Bernie, if you're lucky enough to get him, or Biden, the money is still being shuffled right out the back door. The rich are getting richer, the poor are getting fucked over and out. It's been that way since the institution of fucking feudalism, and probably before. And here it is again, with a brand new name and a shiny new branding. That's the fucking focus, man. This system supports that. And that's why I can't, in good conscience, Vosh, walk into a voting booth and sign my motherfucking name. The only thing I got that's mine, my person, my agency as a human fucking being that lives on this planet, and look at the name Joe Biden, who I know would sell his grandmother's pussy up the river for a buffalo nickel, and sign my fucking name under it, man. I can't do it. I'm sorry to get worked up. I'm sorry to get passionate and shit. I'm not trying to yell at you.
Oh, I'm not. I've just written down my points for response. It's all utilitarian calculus to me. I don't take any of this personally. Right. Would you mind if I responded?
Please do.
Yeah. So one of the main contentions that I have with this, I guess, framing of electoralism is the idea that there is, in any way, shape, or form, like a mutually exclusive nature to voting and direct action, because there just isn't. Voting takes direct action. Anything by voting is the AR enfranchisement for the simple or the people in this country. But the ultimate,
I'm sorry to interrupt you again, but I feel like I want to respond to something here. This argument, and I'm sorry to do that, I'm not trying to be antagonistic. This argument that, oh man, I'm so fucking familiar with it. This, when you don't vote, that's the ultimate endorsement of the system. I just don't fucking buy it, man. It's so reductive, and I'm not personally offended by it. I don't get that way in conversations like we're having. You have a different position than me, but I'm just telling you, as a whole, to take the people that don't vote in this country and to reduce them to people who are lazy, who don't have time to get an absentee ballot, or just don't want to fucking participate. I'm not saying you necessarily did that, but the argument that you made, that we are the ultimate servants of this status quo, is kind of, it's the same argument that people that would say that to me would make. That I'm just sitting around and doing nothing. Meanwhile,
Is this a fucking fan game?
I'm not bragging. I spend probably a dozen or more hours a week talking about this to as many people as will listen to me with my little "the end is nigh" sign. You know what I mean? And I have a respectable following. I'm sitting here talking to your audience, which is far more than respectable. I'm doing everything I fucking can. And to me, more is accomplished by that than people that shuffle in to vote. Because I could make the same argument. I could point the finger at you and say, you're a sheep. You're the sheep that lines up at the polls every year, expecting change. You know, I have this analogy I make. I'm sorry to digress, but it's really relevant. American politics, and especially electoral politics as they exist, are like this busted down, rusted down fucking car, right? And all of us have this delusion that we're going to jump in that car this time, man, and we're going to turn the key, and this time it's going to start up, and we're going to drive down the road and go get a fucking tasty freeze together, man. It's going to be great. The wind's going to be in our hair. And of course, the reality is this car is, sitting on its rims. The rims long ago, just rotted off the wheelbase. The engine has seized for want of oil. The car is not going to drive, and we all pretend every year. And sometimes we change out a headlight. You know what? If we just make this little incremental change on the headlight, then this year, man, it's going to change.
2.7 out of 5. What the fuck? This game is bad. The controlling is bad. The engine is bad at legs, at loading zones. Aiming is bad. The voice actors are really bad. Our characters specifically annoying. I've been waiting for this game so much. This is such a shame. Oh no, it was right. Just a black screen. Black screen. Don't buy this game on GOG. Okay, well, let's look at Steam reviews. Oh no. Is this like flashback and name only? Mixed. I don't care about like technical issues that much. Unless the controls like fucked. Do not buy it. Pause menus mapped to select and inventory to start. Menu navigation doesn't respond to D-pad, only stick. Don't care about that shit. Is this a joke? Optimization and fine-tuning controls a bit. I hope a future patch would help course correct this. Okay, well, looks like I'm waiting for the patch. I bought this on release, looks cool, and although making it 2.5D is a little confusing at first, it makes it larger areas feel great. Select this pause menu and start his inventory. Who gives a shit? You also can't use D-pad for menu navigation. Why don't you just use your mouse? Glitches and bugs that cause missions to not progress. I'll save in sporadic. You have to drive around, circle a highlight, and move locations full of cars and bikes which move all over the road and drive in between lanes. If you hit one, it stops you dead. Oh no. Oh no. Looks like I'm gonna be looking at something else then. I'm gonna hold on to RoboCop then. Fuck that. Play Alan Wake 2 with my husband's when over the weekends. Oh yeah, I can continue Commander Keen. While I wait for this.
This is the way to change. I've heard it my whole fucking life. And when it comes to the planet, and the average person that lives on the planet, I've seen it get worse. And I've seen the stranglehold of capitalism get worse. So what should a guy like me do, Vaj? I'm not lazy. I voted in every fucking election that I could vote in since 1998. That's when I became eligible. I stopped voting after 2012. I could not bring myself to vote for Barack Obama after his bullshit fucking reversals on releasing the people that were being tortured in Gitmo.
If we were to use your analogy, the most intelligent thing to do if you need a new car entirely is to keep the car in a state of repair until you can drive to a new dealership, to acknowledge that you need to replace the car, but until that point, to make the incremental changes necessary to keep it from breaking down on you. I never made the claim that you were lazy or that anyone doing this was lazy. In fact, I acknowledge there are socioeconomic reasons for people to abstain from voting. Even if I disagree with them, I'm not going to condemn 120 million people off the bat like that. But I've always followed this basic philosophy, and I believe it was Gandhi who said it, that all it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stay silent. And that's kind of how I feel about this process. If voting takes nothing from us but our names, I don't give a fuck about my name. I give a fuck about the billions of people whose lives hinge on the decisions made by the electorate of the United States of America. And I don't believe it a valid excuse, or I guess like excuse for abstinence from the system to place some arbitrary value on endorsement for the system. I don't endorse the system. No more than I endorse, for example, the institution of the police if I called upon them, if I were mugged, or if a family member of mine was shot. No more so than I endorse the federal government when I accept my COVID-19 relief. I merely participate in the system in the hopes of finding avenues through which I can do good. And ultimately, at this moment in time, I believe you can make a very strong argument for good being done by a vote, even if the process itself is involves sticking one's hand in a broken and exploitative system. I can't abide that excuse, in my opinion.
Let me poke a couple more holes in voting then. How can you assure me that a vote that you cast, or in fact that a vote that any normal American casts, actually ends up being tabulated for the person in which they voted for?
No more than I can guarantee the $20,000 of fundraising that I raised last night is actually going to go to people who need it. But making attempted positive change.
That is not true. That is absolutely. I actually think that if you were to ask the charitable organization that you raised for a document stating yes, indeed, that this money went, and for an accounting of where that money would go, you probably carefully picked a charity that would provide you an accounting, and we could reasonably be assured that money would end up where they said it would, unless they're scumfucks, and then
they could lie. I mean, it's impossible to know. We can only work with degrees of probability.
I understand that. Yes, it is impossible to know anything. The only thing that I know is that I know nothing. I get it. I'm with you on that. But I'm just saying, from the standpoint of this conversation, why is it? Why do I feel like I'm hearing two things from you? I feel like, and maybe if this is a bad faith analogy, then call me out on it, and I will apologize, okay? It's like meeting a dude that's walking out of a Walmart with his basket filled with Walmart shit from China and Taiwan and wherever, right? And asking him, sir, how do you feel about Walmart? And he goes, tear it down, man. I'm fucking sick of Walmart and its oppressive practices and all this bullshit. And he keeps walking to his car, and the guy follows him and says, well, how are you fighting it? Well, I figure I keep going back, and I complain when I go, and I tell him to stock new things, and eventually, hopefully, if enough of us do that, Walmart is going to be this new kind of like utopian great place. But until then, I'm going to keep, right on being a customer of Walmart, just like I always have been. What incentive are you giving the system to change?
Yeah,
when you're willing to legitimize it by continuing to let them see this percentage of people actually took part in the pageantry that goes on here.
Well, the issue isn't that shopper is legitimizing it. The issue is that they're funding it. Voting doesn't fund the government. Paying your taxes does. If you want to make the argument that a true revolutionary would abstain from paying taxes, then you could. I mean, that'd be a pretty quick route for every leftist to find their way into jail.
Of course, I pay my taxes like everybody else does, and I'm not making that argument. Of course, you have to. I hate this. I hate this. You hate capitalism, yet you live within it. Argument. So I'm not trying to make that. No.
Right. So my ultimate argument, I don't think voting legitimizes the system. The federal government would keep trucking along if 40, 30, 25% of the population vote. In fact, I think they'd love that. The more vote, that's why they work so hard at voter disenfranchisement. The less voters they have to worry about, the easier their elections are. The less is hinged on fate. That'd be fantastic for them. The more enfranchisement there is, the more they sweat because they have to work for every vote.
Let me ask you this. We see the voter numbers, and what do they usually sit at? Let's just look at the presidential. How many people sit it out? What percent?
Well, I think like 35 to here. I can check for 2016.
Sorry, I don't mean to put your work. I thought you might just know.
I think it was about 35% of the population. Was it 50? It couldn't have been 50. Hold on.
That's believable.
Income, voter turnout, sex and age. 18 years and older. Okay, it looks like about 58%, I think, of yeah. No, that's 2008. Let's just say 40% doesn't vote. Let's go off that. Seems like a good rough estimate.
What if that number was 90? What kind of think about that from the perspective of the ruling class.
I think they love it. If nobody voted, that'd be phenomenal.
They love it. They love knowing that 90% of the people out there in a country that's filled with guns have checked so far out of their influence that they don't even bother to participate in the stupid little pageant that they set up for them. Where they change.
40% that don't vote today aren't like revolutionary. Yeah, they're apathetic. They're not going to rise up against
some of them are apathetic.
Alright, let's see what's going on here.
Forced under Trump over the past 4 years, like a lot, at a local level too. Because local representatives have felt empowered to get away with whatever the fuck they want to do. Like there are no rules anymore.
And look at what happened though. What we were talking about earlier in the stream. Look at the uprising that's happened because the pressure was turned up. Because it wasn't an Obama or it wasn't a Joe Biden in office when COVID-19 hit. It was one of these fucking jackboot wearing fucking KKK loving Republicans that did it. And now look what's happening. Cities are burning, Vosh. And I know
the Democratic voters chose Biden overwhelmingly because they preferred electoralism, because they just wanted anyone to beat Trump. We showed them what the world was like under Trump, and they said, okay, we'll take any Democrat. We need things to break under a Democrat for these people to recognize that there's a wall further to the left.
I'm just saying,
they need to break down.
I think knowing the fact that so many people are low information voters, asking your informed audience to go out and vote for Biden and hoping that he would win, kicks the can down the road another fucking 4 to 8 years, and allows these people, some of them that are feeling righteously indignant right now, taking to the streets in their cities all over this fucking country and the world, I guess, this is spreading. Well, people like, oh, well, now I've got a reason to go home because we did it, boys. We put Biden in the presidency.
Oh,
so
sure,
go
the
hood. Go back to the hood, y'all.
I don't think there's any evidence to indicate that a Biden presidency would be marked by great civil rest. I think that the material conditions that this is a fundamental component of Marxism. People's radicalizations are a part of material conditions, not a part of what leader is in power. It doesn't matter whether Trump or Biden is at the helm. America is still broken, and the brokenness, the disrepair, is going to motivate people towards direct action one way or another. I just rather have a person in office who's A, less likely to fight against that, and B, more likely to reveal the inherent inconsistencies within the DNC's approach towards fixing America. And if we can do that, I mean, maybe we can get something out of this. Maybe we can get another Bernie Sanders to take the helm in 2024.
I mean,
some people say AOC.
Are you a proponent of eventual revolution? Like,
yeah, very much so.
Let's talk a little Marxish. You know what I mean? We're talking about the proletariat rising up in season
can't touch that shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Do you think that? You think Joe Biden's a move towards that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there's a disagreement. I mean, maybe we can hash it out, but I just don't know that you and I are ever going to agree on that.
Possibly. I mean, again, it's mostly a matter of showing the Democrats where the faults lie. Not with Trump, but with liberalism. Not with the Republican Party, but with the current system. And if we can't do that as long as they're fighting against an obvious cartoon enemy. It's like a Saturday morning cartoon. Nobody would recognize the secret evil villain that runs the hero's base as long as they have a Mordack to fight. As long as there's an obvious threat. As long as there's a very clear and consistent ideologically opposed enemy. The greater evil looms overhead, unknowns to, I guess, the general population.
Man, this was fixed.
In my opinion.
I agree. I mean, look, dude, I agree with certain parts of that opinion. I disagree with others. The part that I kind of take umbrage with is this idea that Trump hasn't moved us in a positive direction. And let me explain myself before everybody goes ape shit, okay? We're at 3.5 years of Donald Trump, the big fucking racist doofus that just, anytime he's got a chance to cool things off, he just inflames them. And look at what's happening. COVID-19 comes along, and there's this shockingly inept response led by his government. And it puts all this pressure on people, and people start, for the first time in my lifetime, there was no bread in the grocery store. It's like, whoa. No bread? They're out of what? They're out of meat? They're out of bread? They're out of eggs? No milk? That was all true of me. I was asked to not leave my house. I had no access to any of that. Now, thankfully, the engine of capitalism kicked back in for a minute.
They brought some poor fucking people back to work, probably to die of coronavirus, and give me my milk. And that's the best we can hope for. But that happens on Donald Trump's watch. And the pressure it's like he walked over and took the pressure cooker, which, by the way, Barack Obama was cranking up with his stupid corporate ACA sellout. I'm gonna make sure that everybody's covered, and then it's just a big old gift to fucking, these fucking healthcare companies. But anyway, the point is, Trump comes along, turns up that pressure cooker, and all of a sudden, Chicago's burning, LA's burning, Minneapolis, St. Paul are burning, Florida's starting to burn, parts of the South are starting to burn. Different names are being used too. It's not just George Floyd. It's their local martyr. It's the last brown person that died in the streets because a pig came along and wanted to beat a brown person.
The revolution doesn't mean anything if people aren't moved towards the correct ideological positions, though. All this fire and gay marriage, everything that happened forthcoming, even throughout the entirety of his presidency, even him voting on the crime bill was him largely acquiescing to massive public demand at the time. I just think he's another corporate politician that will do basically whatever he thinks will allow him to be put in a position to best represent his corporate sponsors.
Totally fucking agree.
Yeah, but if right now the Democratic Party or its constituency seems to be pretty far left. I mean, a lot of them like Bernie's ideas, which is why he got so far along. Which is why Biden's acquiesced on a public option for the Medicare system. Which is why he's acquiesced on student debt loan forgiveness. Which is why he's acquiesced on free college up to 2 years.
He's acquiesced on talking about that on the campaign trail. I might be willing to choose another article of clothing and eat it if he makes any fucking measurable progress towards free fucking college for everybody. Well,
more likely he doesn't.
I've heard these honey sweet lies before, Vosh. I've been alive long enough to hear these honey sweet lies from these politicians that are all sold out. And when it's electoral season, free this for all, stop this horrible. Barack Obama did it. And he's probably the most memorable to someone that's your age. The first thing I'm going to do is sit down at the desk and I'm going to sign an executive order, releasing the people at Guantanamo and shutting.
No, I remember the whole. Yeah, but the issue is like we can still work within probabilistic degrees of different presidential candidates doing different things. I'll never hinge like my life or anything, no pants-eating, on the honesty of a political candidate. But we have to recognize that the things they say do matter because there is, an association. There's a correlative relationship between the promises the politicians make and the things they actually do. I'm not arguing that they're definitely going to do them, whether they're honest or good-natured or moral or charitable or anything like that. I'm only saying that in a utilitarian sense, it's more likely that Biden will do these things than Trump. That's all I need to vote for.
Fair enough. That I need more to be persuaded to vote for a person, and that's just all there is to it. You know what I mean? I require more for him than just the assurance that he's going to be slightly better than the Republican candidate. I don't think the Earth has time. Because I got to tell you, Bosh, and maybe this is fucking emotional, and I know you like, what do you call it? Prescriptive dialectics? You like that?
I like both those words.
You said it earlier, and I tried to make a note of it in my head.
Historical dialectic?
No. Just how you go through things. How you like
material dialectic. Yeah, okay, yeah.
All right. But from where I'm sitting, I feel this force in my life as I get older. It's like this clock ticking, and part of that is just me getting older and knowing that, like, a little bit shorter of breath, one day closer to death. That starts happening to people around my age, around 40. You start to become really aware of that mortality that's creeping around the corner. Especially if you're a big fat fuck like me.
Yeah, we're in the ballpark.
But there's this feeling of like just a clock. That's how I represent it in my head when I really try and sit down and think about this, and it's just ticking inexorably. And there's not much time. You can tell it's winding down. You know what I mean? I can't tell you in this year. I'm not trying to be that guy. In this year, the scroll says that everything will collapse. Shit's about to get real fucked up, Bosh. Real soon. And people that think like you, in my mind, are better off being revolutionaries and shit. Being out there and telling people, fuck this system. Fuck everything that Joe Biden stands for. Fuck settling for incremental change. One more fucking electoral cycle as black people. Hold on. As black people are being stomped in the fucking streets. Fuck this system. Let's think of something better. Let's advocate. And you know what? Let's bring that voter participation number down to single digits. Because I have one thing that I disagree with you is I do not think the powers that be would look at those numbers and go, woohoo, yeah. They'd look at 90% of people in this country going, fuck what you're giving me. I'm going my own way and go, uh-oh. And they'd be right too. They'd be right too. Because those of us that don't participate, we don't really feel too good about the way that we've been treated by the government. I don't know anything about your life, Vosh, but I've been fucked with by authority from every fucking angle. And I'm not even a black dude. I'm a white guy. What privilege I had to walk through that butt fucking in America.
There are several problems. First of all, I am a revolutionary. We can't have a revolution right now. The material conditions aren't right for a revolution. We can't all take to the streets and overthrow the federal government. It's not possible. All the incremental change I advocate for up until that point is to put us in a position where we can win that revolution. That's what I care about. We can't just do it right off the bat. Until then, you have to engage strategically in whatever actions, electoral or direct action, are necessary to bring about a material set of conditions that are capable of allowing us to win that revolution. It has nothing to do with endorsing the system. The system exists whether we like it or not. The feudal kings and monarchs had 0% voter participation. The government doesn't give a fuck whether we like it. And the people who don't vote right now aren't not voting because they're discontent with the government. Everyone's discontent with the government. They're just discontent with the government and, electorally speaking, useless. Everyone disagrees with the government. Nobody likes how the government is functioning right now. Even Republicans are bending over backwards to try and excuse how they can protest against the federal government while also sucking the dick of the president up there. Nobody likes how it's functioning, but some people see how it's not functioning and decide to check out because of that. A lot of those people who check out are doing it because they are lazy. Many of them are doing it because they're systemically disenfranchised, and I don't fault them for that. Some people are doing it because on an ego level, they don't like the idea of endorsing a system, even though the system really doesn't give a shit whether or not they vote. It just bothers me when we will make these grandiose appeals towards revolution by engaging in actions that harm our chances long term of engaging in revolutions that will help people. There's nothing incremental about my strategy long term, but in the meantime, there's nothing we can do from a revolutionary perspective, and I don't harm my ability to engage in direct action by voting. It's only one
that's true.
Letter. It's one letter that I have to write. I get to do mail-in voting. I don't even have to leave my house.
That's exactly how I voted in every election from 1998 to 2012.
How does it harm my ability to do direct action by voting?
I don't think it does necessarily. I do think that you spend an inordinate amount of time trying to convince people to continue participating in a system that would butt fuck you in a second if it got
it continues to butt fuck us whether or not we vote. I mean, Trump would butt fuck us worse. It's not like we're consenting to the butt fucking. We're just doing what we can to make it so long term the butt fuck hurts less.
Because long term the butt fuck doesn't hurt less.
Well, it does at least in the short term.
Not a capitalist world, not in a vulture capitalist world. Long term.
I'm trying to move people.
I'm
trying to move people to anti-capitalism. That's what I want to do.
For capitalist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bernie Sanders is a capitalist.
I'm not even a fucking communist. I don't call myself a communist. You said that I was more of a socialist earlier. Maybe that's true. I'm not voting for capitalists anymore. I'm not somebody that's going to protect the idea of capital in power anymore. That's another hill I'm willing to die on. Sorry.
What if we vote in capitalists who are more left-leaning that incline people towards non-capitalist views?
Because I believe that capitalism, like religion, is a poison pill, and I believe that when it is mixed with government, it can do nothing but harm. I think that any progress that's made will be bought back by ad execs. I believe that any legislation that's passed banning predatory practices will be slowly but surely wormed away at. I believe this because I've watched legislation like that disappear year after year after year. You know what? A lot of my life, a lot of that 4 years, guess who was in the office? Wasn't a Republican. A lot of the years I lived under Democrat. I lived under a Democratic presidency. I lived under a Democratic presidency that was strong and well-liked.
and had both houses of Congress.
Do you think we'd be in a better position if Bush had won and then Mitt Romney and McCain had won as well? Like if we just had a Republican
That's not the way the political pendulum works, is it?
I don't think there is a pendulum. I reject this. I think this is an excuse accelerationist use to justify non-participation in the system. They have an ego-driven reason not to engage with. Like if we're talking about this, like right now, the most radical swing towards leftism in this country was brought about by Bernie Sanders, an electoral candidate who arose to prominence after 8 years of Obama. It took 8 years of a liberal Democrat, or I guess centrist Democrat, to bring about a person whose cult of personality moved more people over to leftism than Fred Hampton, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr., and W.E.B. Du Bois combined. And that's incredible. And that's the power that strategic engagement in the system is capable of bringing about.
I'm not sure that I agree necessarily with the rhetoric that Bernie Sanders somehow did more than all of the names that you mentioned. But
no, not did more, just brought more people to leftism. Obviously, if we're just talking like good done.
I don't know that I believe that either, but let's, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, we can I guess work the math on that later.
It doesn't matter. To me, that's you can if you want. It doesn't matter. I just don't. It doesn't seem to me to be true, but I understand where you're coming from.
I mean, haven't done like hard math. But yeah, whatever the case is, just the issue I have is that through Bernie Sanders' participation in our capitalist electoral system, millions of people were pushed farther left. Many of them left of capitalism, many of them actively socialist now. Our ability to win that revolution that you want, that I want, is predicated on our ability to bring the masses over to our position. But that cannot be done as long as people think the only enemy they're fighting is Trump or the Republican Party. People have to realize there's a greater enemy. And was Bernie Sanders highlighting the internal inconsistencies of the DNC that move people in that position? I believe in the power of grand electoral change if mobilized by people like Bernie Sanders, people who will expose people to the internal contradictions of capitalism. That is the mechanism through which we gain the numbers necessary to win that revolution 20, 30, 40 years down the line, when this country isn't still thinking that Trump is its greatest enemy, when this country recognizes that capitalism and global climate change are its greatest enemies.
Do you think the left-right paradigm will persist when the grocery stores start shuttering their doors and food abundance stops? And
the right will blame immigrants, yes.
Right, the right will blame immigrants, but it'll be at the same time that the right and left are tearing down infrastructure, looting, I'm talking about like food not being available in a large scale, not even just in the United States, but globally, which is what we're relegating ourselves to climate change-wise. This is, my little crystal ball into the future, is that our planet's ability to sustain us by growing enough food and providing environments where we can raise enough herds to feed ourselves in the numbers that we currently exist, eventually reaches a point and starts to decline.
I do not think that severe economic anxiety will bring people together politically. I think it'll lead to fascism, as it already has been in many other countries in the world.
You know what? I will agree with you on this. I will give you this point if it's a point against me, that typically, when people lose faith in an economic system in the past, despotism has risen in its place, and right-wing authoritarianism has a tendency to spring up when people are real mad because there's no food and there's no money.
Yeah, and the majority power holders are usually the ones that end up leading that new society. And right now, it's still fucking white dudes. So
Okay.
it's just white people probably.
This is germane to the point. I'm glad you said that, because the question I have when I listen to you is this. Can you please try, and I'm not trying to diminish your point by describing it as I do. I'm just a naturally I'm kind of an asshole. When is the magical fucking fairy dust moment going to come? Where the owner class, the people that control the capital of this country and the world, are going to finally go, you know what, Vosh, and people who think like Vosh, here's our asshole. Here's our butthole. You're right. Mea culpa. We did wrong. Here is 90% of our profits really injected back in the, you know what? Fuck profits. Here's us saying we're not billionaires anymore. We're going to be normal fucking people, and we're going to join a society in which your basic needs are provided for. Let's just do it, guys. Come on. Bill, you do it first. Burn your Ferrari. When is this going to fucking happen? Because these people have us in. Have you ever seen and it's really sad, by the way, a pit bull in a choke chain?
In cartoons, I think.
Okay, I've seen it in real life. I grew up in an area that unfortunately had a pit bull culture that included having a big mean pit bull and putting a choke chain on it. It's sad. And that's where we are. That's what capitalism has done to us as a people. It has put us in a choke chain. And if we don't break that fucking chain at some point, if we just keep going, well, the money just needs to be redistributed right. I never see a day that Bill Gates, and I'm not maybe he'll do it. I never see a day that Jeff Bezos, without somebody showing up to his house to steal shit from him, is going to give a fucking thing to anybody that actually improves the lives of normal people. And under capitalism, that's what we need to happen. We need the richest among us to pay an exorbitant amount of taxes out of the goodness of their hearts and accept a level of richness that would make you and me shit our pants.
I think that there are some ways for us to rank the capital class in line through electoral reform. Stuff like tax rates, capital acquisition. Right now, our capital taxes are incredibly fucking low. Obviously, like inheritance tax is a huge one. We can also do like right of first refusal with like workers being able to purchase businesses. And Bernie suggested that a portion of the stock of every large firm, 20% I think, be owned collectively by the workers. But when it comes to the abolition of the capital class, this could never be done electorally, not in a million years. And it is at that point I would hope that our electoral maneuvering has brought about enough popular support for us to win whatever conflict takes place after that.
I disagreed with you earlier on something, and I can't remember what exactly it was. But the point that I wanted to make, I think, is germane now. There is something that we can do that doesn't involve voting.
There it is.
That I think would be extraordinarily powerful as a tool against the very people that we're talking about and the system that we're talking about. And that is a general strike.
Boom.
An
absolute
100%. Refusal. I'm talking all the way, man. Because listen, I was raised a union kid. Both of my parents worked in a factory growing up. My dad was the president of local number 254, glass molders, pottery, plastic, allied workers, for a number of years. I was very privileged to sit and get to watch him do his business and to listen to union delegation when I was a young man. And to go to some protests. I actually attended a number of labor strikes when I was a young man, including one in Las Vegas. It was awesome because it's the first time I saw Street Fighter 2, but I digress. One thing that never left me from my parents' involvement and dedication to that union was that the most fucking precious thing in the world is your time. It's the only thing they're not making more of. And entering into a contract with an employer is you selling the most precious fucking thing in your life to them for an agreed upon amount and some benefits on the side if you're lucky. And that's what the labor movement is about. And at this point, it's almost petered out to a whisper. It doesn't exist anymore like it did when I was a child. The power of labor has diminished. And if the workers of this country stopped letting union busting happen and just joined a general workers of the world, I know there's one. They used to come and protest at the Starbucks I worked at all the time. United Workers of the World. Maybe they're not perfect, but you know what? If labor organized in this country, all this authoritarianism you're talking about, all these guns, because I agree that's a problem to a revolution, but you know what? It would shit its pants. And so would the billionaires if the people reasserted their ability to stop this fucking engine.
I mean, I don't disagree with any of that. So let's elect people who are going to help revitalize unions in this country.
You think Joe Biden is going to revitalize unions
more
in
than
this country?
Trump? Yeah, more than 100%. More than Trump. Also voting down ballot. There are literal socialists who are running as congresspeople and senators. Yeah, those people actually will.
Okay.
No, I completely agree. But the issue is right now the labor movement is broken in this country. And two, a lot of the people who are in unions aren't socialists. They're just looking out for higher wages for themselves. They need to be made to understand that what they're really fighting against isn't their boss. They're fighting against the system that allows them to have a boss.
You know, maybe unions as they exist now are just fighting for higher wages for themselves. But when I was a kid, and the union action that I saw and participated in was about protecting your life and your time, and demanding that it has value, that your human life and the time that you get to spend, the brief fucking flickering time you get to spend on this planet is worth something. That's what unions used to be about.
I've read all about the union organizing back during the turn of the 20th century was responsible for almost all of the worker protections that we have today. We don't have them anymore because union protections were dismantled by conservative politicians. Sure. It wasn't people like Obama and Biden going up there. It was local representatives who kept adulating the private businesses, tearing apart the rights for workers to organize. And today they work collectively with massive firms like Walmart and Amazon, circumventing pre-existing laws to keep people from unionizing, allowing these people to be fired if they even whisper of unionization with even the firms.
I don't deny that this stuff is true, but what I don't like is this excuse making. Because to say that back when unions were stronger, which I was privileged to live at a time when they were, that there weren't attempts to undermine said union in any way possible is just not true.
They were, but then they won. We lost.
They didn't. Well, yeah. They won and we lost because we started making excuses like, well, they told us they were going to fire us. Back in the day, they used to say, fuck that. You know what? We go camp out at the one entrance to this fucking factory. And they want to bring trucks in here as scabs to replace us. They can drive over our bodies. If the cops want to come and arrest the 4,000 people that work at this fucking factory, they can do it. And you know what happened? Concessions got made. All of a sudden, contracts were better. All of a sudden, two people, like my parents, who worked factory jobs. My mom pushed a broom, worked a low-level factory work. My dad was a mechanic. And they bought a house. Not like went and found a house that was already built. Picked a piece of land, just 2 acres of it. Had an architect or whatever the fuck does this. They're like, what do you want? This is a house I built. And it was on the backs of their willingness when the company went too far to shut that motherfucker down by violence if necessary. If a scab tries to break that line, you beat the fuck out of that scab. If you're willing to know who your parents voted for in 1980 and 1984 for the presidency? I do not know for an absolute certainty, but I can tell you my president, or I'm sorry, my presidents, my parents voted Democrat their entire life.
That's good. I'm glad they did, because Reagan broke the back of the unions in this country. Sure. The real reason unions fell is because we voted in politicians who broke them. And these weren't snaky Democrats who went up there and said they were going to bolster unions' rights and then fuck them over. These were Republicans who out and about advertised themselves as pro-business conservatives and did exactly what they said.
They won because people are comfortable.
People stopped voting for the right candidates.
No.
I don't understand how can you say that?
Even when they voted for the right candidates, unions were under assault from the people that really pulled up at which is the corporations that these fucking unionized people work for.
Is this bordering on arrogance? You don't think the position of the president doesn't have any bearing on what they do to the country?
At the back end, no. At the back end, I think, hold on, listen to me. Let me justify myself. At the back end, I think it's the same economic transaction. I think at the back end, for the most part, there might be some true believers out there on both sides, but for the most part, electoral politics as they exist right now, it's a money-making machine. And I can't see how anybody can justify it any other way. The idea of becoming a national politician seems to be, unless you can fucking prove me wrong by precedent in history, to lavish, fucking favors upon corporations, to lavish personal favors upon buddies of yours, to perpetuate ultimately a status quo that allows business to continue to operate a challenge.
I understand that sentiment sounds good, but it's a fact of the world that Republicans consistently do different things in office than Democrats, and the damage done to unions can be directly tied to legislation that was written and passed by Republican candidates. I understand that capitalism is the ultimate strength back of that, but this is rhetoric disguising fact. It is a fact of the matter that the electoral decision-making of United States citizens in 1980 and 1984 directly contributed to the destruction of the unions. I'm not saying that's the only thing that happened, but that it is absolutely something that happened.
You know what? I'm more critical of unions than you are. I don't think that this was the politicians broke our backs. You know what failed? They caused unions to go under and the world to become a dystopian worker-slave nightmare? Solidarity. It's a word you used to hear a lot passed around in unions. Solidarity. I traveled all over California as a little union brat. Protesting in front of places I've never been. In industries that my parents had nothing to do with. Protesting in front of a Las Vegas casino for 3.5 weeks that was being torn down, and everybody inside got fired and sold to a company that refused to rehire them. And they were unionized. People came from all over the country. There's no It's huge. People mobilized in such a way that those people that were being hired kept their jobs and their union benefits in the new casino that was built as a result of solidarity. That's what, you know what, these Republican politicians come and go. See, we disagree. I believe the pendulum exists. I believe that's the political game.
Your argument is laws don't matter. Like, that's what you're arguing. That it doesn't matter. Laws are literally irrelevant, and it's just like feelings, and people just believe things that they don't. And there's no way whatsoever to change the conditions of our country because all the mechanisms for doing so are fake and ephemeral. Like, this is not demonstrable. Like, you can easily track. Like, why impugn Biden for the crime bill? I guess like police would have done anyway without Biden voting for the crime bill. Why ever would any politicians elect poll records? Why care about anything involving politics? Because the material conditions of changing how the world exists or how this country functions are completely unrelated to anything we do. I say solidarity doesn't matter, even though you could easily draw empirical evidence to indicate that solidarity did mean a lot to the movement back then. I say it doesn't because I don't know it's a narrative because I'd rather make everything electoral. I don't deny solidarity matters, but your inability to recognize that electoral decision making has a massive outcome on the ability to mobilize in this country is delusional. It's not a principled stance. You're just ignoring factual evidence that would force you to recognize that not voting is an immoral decision.
I'm not accusing you of putting words in my mouth, but I would want you to quote me saying anything you said in the last 10 seconds of your speech there. I won't try and fucking paraphrase you again.
Sure, so I made the claim that you said electoralism doesn't matter and votes don't matter, and I can cite that because about 1.5 minutes ago, you made the claim that, yeah, it really doesn't matter what gets passed because the capitalist puppet masters at the back are going to do whatever they want anyway, and who you elect has no relationship in this country. And Reagan did a lot, and people voted for Reagan.
I'm talking about direct action. I'm talking about stopping the machine in its tracks, closing down the cities, closing down the shops, closing down the Walmarts.
What are we talking about? Wait, are we talking about strikes or unions?
I'm talking about new unions. I'm talking about a national labor movement.
We were talking about what led to the death of unions. You argued for the death of solidarity, and I agree ideological conditions change. Yes. I argue that who you vote in office has a huge impact on the power of unions in this country, and you denied that. You said that is not the case. So I'm challenging that position.
I don't think it's the case.
Okay, so then what did I say was a misrepresentation of your point?
I think you're describing the failure of solidarity due to the creature comforts that labor unions and labor organizations provided people, the increased wages, the ability to sell one order a family, and generationally people stopped giving a fuck.
They stopped carrying
enough to line up outside their store and shut it down for 2 weeks until their boss gave them a raise.
But the laws also made a difference. You can see, like, the law passed and then union membership did right after.
Union solidarity, or the failure of union solidarity allowed those capitalistic Republican vultures to come in and slowly chip away at the rights of the working man, not the other way around. They were not the big boogeyman villain in this. It was the failure of the left to protect one another. That's still going on
here today. What if the left was in power?
My contention is that there have been leftists in this country, and I think history bears me out, that have done profound damage to the labor movement. I'm talking about two different things. I'm talking about an upper class, and I'm talking about a class made of working people that sell their lives for cash to these big corporations and the rights they have.
You keep using this evocative language, but we're talking very specifically about which conditions led to the downfall of unions in this country, and it is just not disputed in any circle that laws passed by Reagan massively hurt unions in this country. Because the ability...
I never disputed that. I never disputed that unions were picked apart by laws. The problem that I have from you is, in your world, Republicans showed up like Snidely Whiplash because people voted wrong. And went, we'll defeat these labor unionists.
No, they did exactly what they said they were going to do.
What happened is exactly what I said. Baby boomers got comfortable. They got fat. They got happy. They sat on their union jobs, and slowly but surely shit started to change. You know what? Who wants to upset the apple cart? It's good. It was a bonanza all through the fucking Clinton years, too.
Okay, wait. So we acknowledge the fact that union solidarity was on the decline, and laws passed by Republicans exacerbated that decline by preying on their ideological weakness. Would you not argue that if leftists or left-leaning people were in the presidency, they would not have taken advantage of that weakness in the same way that Reagan did?
Could you revise the question?
Yeah, so if we had voted for Dem instead of Reagan back in 80 and 84, don't you think they would have not passed those laws or passed different laws that would not have so substantially damaged unions?
Are you asking me if I think it's possible if a Democratic president like Michael Dukakis or something would have signed any legislation that hurt unions? The answer is absolutely yes.
Would they have done as bad as Reagan?
Here we are again. It's always this. See, everything. All our disagreements come back to this lesser of two evil things. It's such a poison.
That's all politics is lesser of two evils. Right. Revolution is lesser of two evils.
Right. I understand where it stands. But the elemental nature of that fucking disagreement hobbles us as leftists.
No, it's not. It's not hard to just vote every 4 years. This is indisputable.
I never said it is, man. In fact, I told you earlier how easy it was for me to vote. I was a California kid. I signed up for a fucking absentee ballot. I sat down for 15 minutes and went check, threw it in the mail, postage paid, and I was done.
Okay, so again, do you acknowledge that voting in better presidential candidates would make it less likely that legislation damaging to unions would be passed?
Do I believe? Okay, one more time.
Do you believe voting in better candidates than Reagan, more left-leaning ones, would have decreased the likelihood of damaging legislation to unions having been passed?
Possibly.
Okay.
I won't say for an absolute certainty that that's the case, but I'll say possibly.
Okay, so voting, then, for the right candidate can allow us to better build unions and direct action, which are the real mechanisms of change.
Possibly.
Okay, so if there's a chance that participating in the electoral process allows us to better bolster ourselves in a non-electoral sense, would it not be preferable to direct energy towards voting for those candidates, however minute that energy may be?
From your perspective, yes.
And how do we jump from you agreeing to it being from my perspective?
Because we jumped from two very agreeable subjects to one that I don't agree with.
Wait, but doesn't it logically follow that if doing a thing does good in the way you want to do good, that you should probably do that thing?
If that thing is doing incremental good, that is not going to help us prepare for the coming
ecological...
ecological...
We just acknowledge it will, because the incremental good will increase the likelihood of us being able to engage in direct action like unions.
I mean, I think that what's stopping us from engaging in direct action is just doing it. Like, I know that sounds simple, but I don't buy this because it feels to me like you're giving me some woo-woo that, like, if we elect Joe Biden, all of a sudden this fairy dust will fall over.
I'm giving you woo-woo, and you just said we just need to do it. Everything that I'm saying can be verified through the actual ideological trends of Americans following the election of different candidates and the laws that they passed. You're the one saying we should just do it.
How's that system worked out for the average
Good. We are
Somalian?
good.
How's that?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, it's worked better than not doing anything.
Okay.
Yeah, 100%. So Bernie Sanders' participation has millions of people going further to the left. Pretty much every single good law we have in this country has been brought about for direct action being done by protesters and union leaders and socialists and anarchists that were only allowed to do what they did because they weren't operating under a fascist government that would have just had them shot in the streets. Everything good in this country is done by people who fight and accept the fact that there are no guarantees and we aren't going to fix everything in one go. But that suffering, the process of engaging with the system, is what defines a good political actor. And I will not abstain from these processes just because a politician could be lying or because it's not enough or because I put my name on a document that the government knows.
I tried to be clear with you earlier, and maybe my argument style has, because I feel an antagonism that I don't think it needs to be there. And I'm not accusing you of yelling. I've been doing my fair share of yelling at you, but I think ultimately, earlier on, I tried to make it a point to tell you that I'm not here to try and convince you or any of your followers to follow in my footsteps. I'm not starting some drop out and fucking who cares, don't vote moment. If that's where you want to put your fucking energy, I don't live in your fucking shoes, and I wouldn't want you living in mine.
So I wish I wasn't putting energy into this, by the way. I wish this, because this is like a done deal. Like,
it's sad to me that you feel that way. It's sad to me that you feel that way because 40% of Americans agree with me. Not necessarily agree with everything that I've said tonight, but agree with the fact that it's not worth voting in this fucking stupid, completely top-to-bottom corporate-owned system.
And like half Americans don't believe in evolution. I don't think throwing in your lot as a majority is much of a defense of your argument.
Right. I wasn't trying to make a grand fucking defense of my argument with that statement, Vosh. I was just telling you that, like, look, there's a lot of people that, and that seems to be something you have a hard time with. There's a lot of people that don't vote that think the same way that I do, and are just as obstinate as I am. And I know that you think that I've just thrown a bunch of political woo at you or whatever, because I refuse to believe that we have time for incremental change to...
So what's your alternative?
A collapse. A collapse? Okay, so do you remember... I think we could, but we'll talk about that in a second. You remember earlier in our fucking conversation when we talked about a future where people can move wherever they wanted, a future where, in order for that to happen, capitalism has to die. In order for capitalism to die, we're going to have to take that power. Now, we can do it now, or we can do it 30 years down the road when we're further under the thumb. I'm an advocate for now.
But if we do it now, we lose. Socialism does not replace capitalism.
That's why I'm not an advocate for socialism. That's not why I'm out here trying to get people to think about socialism.
Wait, but the white beach that you want isn't going to happen. An authoritarian government is going to take its place, and you're going to be assigned a state. If you're not executed, you're going to be assigned a state apartment where you will be forced to use children.
Are you a Trump stamp?
Work until you die 82.
Is that what's going on here?
If I'm being fanciful with my idea... Because I see that energy that you have. And I see the energy in your fucking I look at it and I go, fuck, look at all these leftist people that are sick of this fucking oppressive system. Look at this. Look at all these young folks that are like, fuck this system, man. Yeah. And so much of that energy, Vosh, when you... sense of commonality. Like, do you believe that people need to lose their hope? Because I do. But I believe that things are going to have to go a lot farther
than the election of a Donald Trump for another 4 years for people to really
Massive meta study was done on every prescriptive statement parts of Latin America, Central America, Southeast Asia.
That when the shit hits the fan, there's a chance that those people are there, they come through it, and they go, here was the problem. Here was the toxic, disgusting, vampiric system. That was the old paradigm that leached life from the working man, that made our lives horrible. And we still have all its machinery, if they're lucky. We still have a lot of its machinery. We have all its books, all its knowledge. And we can do something different. We can build this a better way. That is what I'm oriented towards. That's why I spend so much fucking time talking about this. So if that's true of you, which I think it is from what I just listened to, then we are on the same page. The divide between us is almost meaningless at that point, if that's the case.
Depends on where our votes go. Because I think the best way of achieving that outcome is the true majority of the
same energy that Vosh has on his channel. Right? Oh shit, that's why. Hello? At this point, I'm gonna have to try and get a hold of TJ and find out. The doomer that people call me, then I will start just going, well, fuck it. Bring on the nukes.
I don't have anything against ideological differences, but it will always remain my responsibility to challenge ideas I think are counterproductive.
I respect that. I respect that. I really disagree with that. And look, if it was apparent to you that I was calling for everybody to just do it right now with no thought, no process, no coming together as leftists to decide anything, leftists like you or I, it will be on bootlickers, and it will be on, like a fucking faux revolutionary or like a LARPer.
Yeah, you know what really bugs me?
What?
I care deeply about the revolution. I care very much about the abolition of the commodity form, the end of capitalism.
Right,
so I'm like,
a deal that exists in a paradigm that continues to exploit the fucking third world, this Star Trek utopia. If we all burn out like a fucking cinder in the darkness here because we refuse to stop belching carbon into the atmosphere. With that statement, Vosh, I was just telling you that, like, look, there's a lot of people that, and that seems to be something you have a hard time with. There's a lot of people that don't vote that think the same way that
Man, I could have sworn he said something like 4 years of Trump.
Towards the right type of ideological dispositions prior to this tremendous collapse. I think we might be the ones to win out.
That road. I don't consider myself such anymore. I really don't consider myself anything at this point. Now, maybe there's a label for me, and I'm willing to accept it, but I really try and think outside of that. Not to sound all edgy and cool. I'm too fucking cool for labels, Vaj. Like, you want to take Paul's ego and force him into this little mold of a label, you know what I mean? And I'm not trying to be that. I just don't really find myself agreeing with a lot of the different groups and splinters out on the left. I'm clearly a leftist. I'm clearly to the left of most people. Where I fit on that spectrum, I kind of leave it up to other people to decide that, because I don't care. I'm on the side. I'm on the side of humanity, and I'm on the side of the place that we live. I'm on the side of the planet we live on. What does that mean?
We can talk about specific policies, and after that, me and my community can draw straws to figure out what we think best applies to you. Because right now they're guessing post-left anarchists, but that doesn't matter too much. Sure. You want the decommodification of housing. You want the decommodification of human necessities.
I want the elimination of capital. Period.
Then we want further than that, yeah. And we want to complete the abolition of the commodity form. So it's very safe to say that you are absolutely a socialist in one form or another. Okay. With that being said, with these protests, what are you worried about? We are, at this moment, at least, closer than we ever have been in the history of this country to real revolutionary change with regards, to the very least, to the relationship between...
I'm still here, sorry if my camera dropped. It'll be back up in just a second. I'm listening.
In the meantime, it's just two me's on my screen, which I don't mind. I like myself. I think that it's very important... Here, let me think. How do I phrase this exactly? One of the greatest concerns that I've had, I guess, in being a leftist online is translating the things I believe in to the painful, agonizing, incremental steps that it takes to work towards those positions. There are a lot of leftists online, I believe the Leninists call them derivatively the left comps, who are so obsessed with ideological purity that they don't really participate meaningfully in any of the systems by which you change the world. And I've tried to distance myself a little bit from that. It's very easy, I think, to sit here and go, like, we need a revolution, you know, this and that. But the actual steps from A to B, I think, are the bloody part. And I think what's happening right now, these protests, are as close as we've gotten in a really, really long time. Because even though these aren't explicitly socialist protests, these are fundamentally challenges to state power. And the power vacuum left in their absence is something that we can capitulate on. Or sorry, that we can capitalize on, assuming that we can find some the other people who are protesting. I'm very excited to see how that comes along.
I agree. We have no disagreement there. I tried to explain the trepidation that I feel about these protests earlier, and it has nothing to do with protesting the loss of a target or the destruction of a low-income housing. I'm not on that team. I'm fully on team fuck shit up. I don't know if that means anything to anybody, but
it's a side.
Yeah. And I'm excited about the prospect of that. And you know what, dude? I hate to fucking say this because I know people have suffered for this, and I hope you don't take it the wrong way. I'm excited by COVID-19. Because I think that COVID-19 has added to this. I think that had COVID not happened, and had we not been at the ass end of this quarantine, by the way, we should all be quarantined. Had we not, in a lot of places that are having these riots, had been at the ass end of quarantine, feeling that frustration of being abandoned by this government, that we've all entered into this fucking sacred compact with, that's supposed to take care of us. And they ask us, stay home, and they give us breadcrumbs and gruel to eat.
If
that, right? If you're lucky.
I know you don't like labels. I assume you're familiar with the term accelerationism.
I've been called an accelerationist, and I've kind of used that label to describe myself before. It's not something that I'm totally sold on. But I do think it is actually part of my ideology, so I will...
Yeah, can I talk about that for a second?
Please do.
Yeah, so accelerationism gets a bad rap in a lot of leftist communities because it's considered to be kind of the opposite of harm reduction. Like, you do blank, you do this, and, people suffer in the meantime, but hey, maybe it brings about better change. But I actually read the transcription of the more reactionary candidate originanism. Like, these things bring people to a position, fewer people than just the other day, at how heightened things are getting.
Kind of a pretty big rift in that you are a harm reduction... Now, if I mislabel you, please just stop me and correct me, okay? Because I'm probably about as familiar with your content as you are mine. I'm no Vosh expert, but especially since we've been in Talks to Talk, I've spent some time watching and listening to what you do.
Okay,
so,
likewise.
Yeah, no problem. And I enjoy myself, by the way. I really liked the conversation that you had with TJ in particular, but I know I have a bias there. TJ's a good friend of mine. But
no one's going to show. I mean, no one's going to show up like.
Russia and Ukraine.
I started sucking dead. I can't remember what I was talking about.
That was acceleration. Kyle.
Okay, so the difference, right? So he is a Bernie buster. He's a guy that says, look, the establishment has fucked Bernie over twice now, and I'm not going to do it. I'm going to take the Hillary Clinton devil's bargain again. And that's basically what I'm doing with Joe Biden on a vote down ticket, or on a vote. And you are a harm reductionist riding with Biden, right? You're like, look, Biden sucks.
He's better than Trump. He has a better chance of preserving things like Roe v. Wade and starting to switch the balance on the Supreme Court. So let's swallow the fucking poison pill here and elect the doddering old.
And so the fact that now,
it's a 100% thing. I also believe that voting for Biden, if he wins, will bring about a greater likelihood of reaching material conditions, which will allow for socialism.
Wait a minute.
Fair enough. So I think I'm starting to see the shape of any disagreement we may have on tactics here. I may be wrong, but I'm thinking that I can kind of get a theory.
Oh my god.
Go for it.
The hell is your ear, TJ?
I know people don't like it because I don't really like it.
I heard what was said.
I've held it for quite some time, but it's always bothered me, and you can help me find out why. I think one of the reasons it bothers me is because it's a fundamentally neoconservative idea, and it was used, I believe, in 2001 to justify an expansion of presidential power.
The hell is your ear, TJ?
It's this idea that in order for the populace to accept radical change, which when we're talking about 2001, the radical change that we were prepared to accept was a vast loss of a lot of our civil liberties and rights of privacy, right? Which disappeared during that time.
I mean, I guess.
So we're
I guess maybe our
tired Dylan. I have a feeling that these riots and things that we're talking about have a chance to
just like all of the fucking like, dude, just the bullshit. I bought the fuck
vote for Biden.
Party
line vote here in the United States. It is. Trans people will probably be better. In fact, there's no probably about it. I'll stop. Trans people will be better off under a Joe Biden administration than a continued Trump administration. LGBTQ.
I heard what was
I'm sorry, I
said.
don't know letters yet. I'm trying.
That was enough. It was
Open
good.
your
All of the people under that banner. I myself am one of them.
Hello, this is AITJ here to tell you that.
But there are a lot of people who are not going to be better off under Joe Biden, and we never do anything for those people. I'm talking about people in the third world whose resources we strip mine out from underneath them, who work in our factories, who are increasingly asked to do the same kind of work that we do on these worker visa programs, and then shipped back to their completely bombed out, economically devastated places with barely enough money to get by on.
Biden administration officials also are worried that Ukraine is running out of forces, while Russia has seemingly endless
and their
supply.
life is they wake up in the morning, they get out of their hut, which they built from scrap from the garbage they live in, and they walk around the hills and they dig through garbage and find salvage and they sell it for just enough money to put bread in their mouths. This is a direct result of American and more broadly Western capitalism. And if it's not addressed, and it won't be addressed by Joe Biden because he's going to be sucking the dick of every corporate cunt that walks through his door, and you know that to be true, he's going to blow them all. Those people get no relief from Joe Biden. And those people matter to me. And those people can't wait. And the Earth, I don't mean to gish gallop you here, I'm not trying to do that, but the Earth itself, I feel like we're on a clock, my dude. The Earth itself can't wait through another Joe Biden capitulating, fucking centrist-ass, weak-ass, limp-wristed DNC liberal fucking doing nothing. The woods are on fire. The oceans are becoming acidic.
And eventually we'll also be on fire.
We're living in the midst of a fourth mass extinction event. This is not even a controversy amongst biologists right now. There's no time. We need to act now, and Joe Biden ain't it. And I want to be on the side of life. I want to be on the side of human beings that didn't just luck out and get born in California like you and I did. Or, I don't know, I heard you were a California guy. Are you a California guy?
Up in Seattle now, but yeah, I spend most of my
Okay, West Coast guy.
Yeah.
Lucky
nice
dudes.
over here. Seattle is real hot in the summers now, and none of these houses have AC, though, so
See,
I'm suffering.
I'm from Fresno, California, where it's 120 degrees in the summer. So I know the heat. And let me tell you something. When I was a kid in the 80s, it was 92 in the summer. We don't got time. We don't have time for another weak-ass fucking liberal. And for me to sign my name under his name is not only an implicit fucking support of the nothing.
Biden administration officials also are worried that Ukraine is running out of forces, while Russia has seemingly endless supply.
So, hold on. I got notes out here. Okay, hold on. Just give me 1 second.
While Russia has a seemingly endless supply.
Okay, so, all right, I'm going to, I guess, treat this as I would, I guess not a debate, but I'm interested in these points, and I want to go through them one by one so we can sort of isolate the particular positions we disagree on. Okay, so if we're speaking specifically with change to this does.
The Obama administration, when drone strikes, some of them that live in the South American region, military intervention, he's got a big support it.
So my main contention here would be, and this is all speculative, but it seems like everything bad the Obama administration has done has been ramped up under Trump. From Maduro and his statement here, no incline.
I'm glad, because if we had to argue that
is active time that was leaning public existence. These are climate change. You probably.
I don't think that Joe Biden is all there anymore. I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to make a diagnosis of Joe Biden. But if somebody were to do a thorough examination of Joe Biden and determine that he was suffering from early onset frontotemporal dementia, I would not be shocked by that. He has lost over the years his ability to speak extemporaneously to a large extent. He struggles. He's prone to outbursts in public, all of which, were he diagnosed with some kind of degenerative old age-related brain disease, would be indicative of that. He has these outbursts. He says weird things. He gets really angry at people for seemingly no reason, like that fat guy that he just started calling fat. You remember? It was like, listen, fat.
I related to him. It was that outburst felt like a YouTube moment right there. He was moment.
I can do more push-ups than you. That's it. And every time that happens to Joe, I have this picture of like, sitting in a little tense conversations with these guys who aren't quite there anymore, but they're still passionate. And I'm not trying to be ageist here and shit. I'm just saying, I think we're already dealing with that in Trump. I think Trump too is cognitively impaired at this point.
Yeah, Trump is pretty far gone. Anytime he tries to hold himself in public, like that. Did you see the video of him trying to hold up the Bible? Holy shit! He's like couldn't figure, like in 3D space, he couldn't figure out its relationship to the camera positionally. It was really
insane.
weird.
It was fucking insane. And there are tons of those moments. I actually follow this little conspiracy dude on Twitter that kind of like reposts dementia stuff for Trump. Like, here's proof that he's got dementia. Here's another thing. And once again, I'm no doctor. I ain't saying he has it, but man, dude, he does some weird fucking shit when he's in public. And
but what relevance is that to the?
Well, I'm sorry. It was. You're right. The point I was trying to make is we don't even know if the Biden that is elected at this point is going to be the Biden that we get. And in a year's time, if he is suffering from some sort of degenerative brain disease, which is totally plausible, he may be way more impulsive. He may be just like Trump. There's a chance that he gets just as indignant and angry and lost as Trump is now. And
possibly, but sorry, my apologies.
One of the things that people seem to be uncomfortable talking about on the left is that we're about to have, for the third election cycle in a row, the oldest president ever, no matter who gets elected. Which, once again, I'm not trying to be ageist. I think it's a point of concern
that the people that we're asking to do the most stressful fucking job in the world are all septuagenarians and pushing 80.
I don't disagree with that. I mean, yeah, I mean, we kind of bear the cross for that as well, because I imagine you were at least somewhat supportive of Bernie.
Yes.
I mean, I don't disagree with the mental decline point. I don't exactly have a tremendous amount of faith in Biden's cognitive abilities. My only argument would be, like, Trump is already this bad. Like, Trump is already, like, an impulsive, like, he lies about everything. Like 2/3 of the things he says are factually incorrect. I think some, like, massive meta study was done on every, like, prescriptive statement or descriptive statement that he's made over the course of his presidency. I think, like, the worst case scenario for Biden's mental decline would be putting him at or around Trump. But Trump is still declining. He's worse now than he was in 2016. So with regards to the third world points, I agree that there's always the possibility that Biden will get worse, and I acknowledge that. But given that Trump is already terrible, and Trump has a history of not using his administration, but rather just acts through executive action, whereas Biden has more of a history of collaborating with the Democratic Party and deferring people towards congressional committees that he forms or appoints people to, I think that even if their level of cognitive decline is equivalent, and that's an if, there's still a greater likelihood of Biden's administration being able to step up to help to bolster his soup brain, his melting.
I don't care. I'll listen to the whole damn thing.
I can see the points as presented. I don't have a problem with any of that. I can see that we'd like to be better off with Biden in all of those positions. I have no problem conceding that. Okay. I think you're right. I think Trump's farther down the road of horrible end-of-life decline, and Biden's probably going to surround himself with people who are a little more liberal-minded, though also very corporatist-minded, which puts not just a bad taste in my mouth, it puts a disgusting taste in my mouth. Like somebody.
Oh, I mean, I fucking hate Biden. I can't stand the DNC. None of my endorsements are moral. This is like the cold utilitarian calculus of somebody who is very unhappy with the choices that he has to make.
Yeah.
But that's sometimes all we get. Do you mind if I run through a few more?
Please.
So with regard to the climate change thing, there are kind of 2 points to be made here that are the climate change. And I do acknowledge
more. I'm sorry to butt in. If you had more, please go ahead.
Gotcha. Yeah. So that ultimately address climate and itself to Trump's failure. The whole time, everyone still don't have a blue person. Whereas if you just let them have another success is done.
Really going to die though by just shuffling another stuffed suit into a position electorally and relying on here's a little liberal progress on social issues that are constantly used as wedge issues to divide man from man and to prevent us from developing any kind of sense of commonality. Like, do you believe that people need to lose their hope? Because I do, but I believe that things are going to have to go a lot farther than the election of a Donald Trump for another 4 years for people to really genuinely lose their hope. And I don't hope for what I'm talking about, and I don't relish the thought of it. But I think shit is going to have to fucking collapse for people to really lose hope and understand who the villain is in this.
I agree, but I think the right system needs to collapse. If the Trump system collapses, there are a lot of wine moms on Twitter who are just going to go like, if only we had Hillary. But if we see the DNC fail the people who need their help, I think we're in a position to greater address their lost hopes. And I know that the material conditions are heightening rapidly as well. I mean, between climate change, COVID-19, the riots that are going on right now, I don't think Biden is just going to give us another Obama term, another 4 to 8 quiet years of peaceful neoliberalism, at least domestically. I think things are going to be bloody and violent pretty much the entire length of his presidency. And after that point, I do think a lot of Democrats are going to recognize that the DNC is not the vessel of their salvation.
And I mean no disrespect by this, if the type of collapse that I'm talking about happens, and that I envision in my mind happens, there will be no more wine moms from Twitter. They will not survive it.
How severe do you think it'll need to be?
I think we're talking global economic collapse, which is inevitable, by the way. I believe that as well, and you can challenge me on that. I believe that we have been living under a system where capitalism has created a giant casino for itself at the expense of work, and they get to go to the casino. Eventually, you motherfucking lose. Our belts, guys. It might be a while until DoorDash is available. I'm talking about people are going to be going apeshit in the streets, breaking into people in line that separates humanity from the beast. I believe that.
Some pessimists during the Enlightenment
times.
Right?
Yes. And I believe that. I genuinely do. I think that when the food becomes unavailable, a lot of guns in this country. I mean, fuck.
A lot, yeah.
I don't think it's going to go be too.
I kind of imagine something worse might be coming in. And it took a couple of collapse of socialist societies who are the solution to this.
When it comes to migrants, the biggest group, what is it?
Coming in.
Fair, sorry.
Yes. This country in a position towards the right concern.
It's on us to be loud and to be something that hits the fan system. A lot of it's been so much fucking time. It's almost meaningless.
The ever-living with my comrades. And I've already been making we do all possible with the establishment fixing the steamroll that we can engage in. It takes us one I hope for.
Communications was that I'm not here to tell you don't vote. But I just a good brain in his head and a lot of really great ideas and a passionate following around him, man. There's excitement around that, but there's a sadness to me hearing you talk like that because I'm telling you, I was you. And I'm not trying to be like, Sonny, I know everything about your life. I'm so sure I was right. Then that's a good thing. No, it's a good thing. I'm sad because I see that energy that you have. If that same energy and working, this can't some substantive changes, really radical substantive changes. They scuttle him. I tell you, it's been disappointing young men like you since before I was born. Young men like you, and once again, do remind me of myself and a lot of problems that are looming. It's horrifying fucking problems that to list the degradation of women in society. And it goes all over me, dude. I get fucking emotional just talking about it. And that's just half the shit high. That the average person loses faith. Money is still being shuffled right out the back door. The rich are getting rich again with a brand new name and a shiny new branding. The institution of fucking feudalism, and probably before. And here it is again with a brand new name and a shiny new branding. That's the fucking focus, man. This system supports that. And that's why I can't, in good conscience, Bosch, on this planet. And I can't do it. I'm sorry to get worked up. I'm sorry to get passionate and shit. I'm not trying to yell at you.
Oh, I'm not. So, do voting actual do mail in the system. Missionary change, lack of voting.
Thing here. This argument, and I'm sorry to do that. I'm not trying to be antagonistic. This argument, it's so reductive and I do some to people who are lazy, who don't have time to get an absentee ballot status bragging. You're the sheep that lines up at the polls every year, expecting change. I have this analogy I make. I'm sorry to digress, but it's really relevant. American politics, and especially electoral politics as they exist, are like this busted down fucking car, right? And all of us have this delusion.
This is one of the videos that our
and this time it's going to start up, and we're going to drive down the road.
patrons on our new merch tier,
and of course, the reality is this car
level.
This is sitting on rims. The rims long ago, just rotted off the wheelbase. The engine has seized for want of oil.
Yeah, I don't think I can find it. Nothing that's definitive.
Disrespect currently existing cultures, but it folds those beautiful things into something new. I believe in that, dude.
your way does better. It isn't better.
Right, but at least with our last gasps, we tried, and the people that come after it will see the damage that it did to this earth, and the few little pockets of people that managed to fucking eke out in existence will probably have some kind of fucking tribal lore about what came before and how the fucking world was destroyed.
I think this is why people call you like a doomer, kind of, because like the most charitable interpretation of what you just said was immediate revolution, whatever, don't care if it succeeds, if it does, great, if it doesn't, hopefully the tribal humans that come into wastelands 3,000 years from now.
I don't know if I'm gonna get anything. Maybe he timestamped his.
Or anything like that. Most of that is concentrated on the other side of the lake in New Orleans proper. As far as I understand it, I may not be completely up to date.
Gotcha. We had some pretty wacky stuff going on in Seattle, so.
I heard, you know what, we were doing a little show yesterday, and I heard, we watched a video of a little Asian CNN reporter.
Is
this fucking flashbang or something?
Yep.
And,
if you motherfuckers are in states that haven't done your Democratic primaries yet, make sure to vote for Bernie Sanders, okay? It's the primaries, not the fucking main election.
Anyway, we do possible because in the population, all of this is part of a vast revolution.
Position, man. And like I told you, I think one of our first communications, but I'm really not that guy trying to go through those. Young dude like you, with a good brain in his head, hearing you talk off at dinner, feeling utterly sure of myself. I'm sad because I see that energy that you. I think, what if that same energy, we get a candidate that might make some substantive changes, really radical substantive changes, they scuttle him over and over again. Check out. This can't be changed from within. We don't have the righteous indignation. Differently speaking, fucking problems that continued degradation of women in society at large. All of this horrifying over me, dude. I get fucking emotional just talking about it. It's so fucking high that the average person loses faith in that system being shuffled, and probably before that. And that's why I can't, in good conscience, Bosch, walk into a voting booth and sign my motherfucking name. The only thing I got that's mine. My pussy up the river for a buffalo nickel.
Oh, I'm not. I'm just. So one of the main contentions that I have with this, I guess, framing of electoralism is the idea that there is, in any way, shape, or form, like a mutually exclusive nature to voting and direct action. That you are making as an individual just about nothing. Issue ultimately challenge to the status. One of the greatest obstacles to bringing about change in this country is the fact that a huge number of the people in this country don't vote. They don't participate. They don't
interrupt you again, but oh man, I'm so fucking offended by it. I don't get that way in conversation. Absentee ballot, or just don't want to fucking kind of. It's the same argument that people that would say that to me would make. That I'm just sitting around and doing nothing to me with my little be and deny sign. You know what I mean? And I have a respectable following. And people that shuffle in to vote, because I could make the same argument. I could point the finger at you and say you're a sheep. You're the sheep that lines up at the polls every year, politics, and we're gonna turn the key. And this time it's gonna start up, and we're gonna drive down the road and go get a fucking tasty freeze together. This is the way to change. I've heard it my whole fucking life. And when it comes to the planet, and the average person that lives on the planet, I've seen it get worse. And I've seen the stranglehold of capitalism get worse. So what should a guy like me do, Vosh? I'm not lazy. I voted in every fucking election that I could vote in since 1998. That's when I became eligible. I stopped voting after 2012. I could not bring myself to vote for Barack Obama after his bullshit fucking reversals on releasing the people that were being tortured in Gitmo.
If I may, to use your analogy, the most intelligent thing to do if you need a new car entirely is to keep the car in a state of repair until you can drive to a new dealership. To acknowledge that you need to replace the car, but until that point, to make the incremental changes necessary to keep it from breaking down on you. I never made the claim that you were lazy or that anyone doing this was lazy. In fact, I acknowledge there are socioeconomic reasons for people to abstain from voting. Even if I disagree with them, I'm not going to condemn 120 million people off the bat like that. But I've always followed this basic philosophy. And I believe it was Gandhi who said it, that all it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stay silent. And that's kind of how I feel about this process. If voting takes nothing from us but our names, I don't give a fuck about my name. I give a fuck about the billions of people whose lives hinge on the decisions made by the electorate of the United States of America. And I don't believe it a valid excuse, or I guess like excuse for abstinence from the system, to place some arbitrary value on endorsement for the system. I don't endorse the system. No more than I endorse, for example, the institution of the police if I called upon them if I were mugged or if a family member of mine was shot. No more so than I endorse the federal government when I accept my COVID-19 relief. I merely participate in the system in the hopes of finding avenues through which I can do good. And ultimately, at this moment in time, I believe you can make a very strong argument for good being done by a vote, even if the process itself is involves sticking one's hand in a broken and exploitative system. I can't abide that excuse, in my opinion.
Let me poke a couple more holes in voting then. How can you assure me that a vote that you cast, or in fact that a vote that any normal American cast, actually ends up being tabulated for the person in which they voted for?
No more than I can guarantee the $20,000 of fundraising that I raised last night is actually going to go to people who need it. But making an attempt at positive change is better.
That is not true. That is I actually think that if you were to ask the charitable organization that you raised for a document stating yes indeed that this money went, and for an accounting of where that money would go, you probably carefully picked a charity that would provide you an accounting, and we could reasonably be assured that money would end up where they said it would, unless they're scumfucks. And then
they could lie. I mean, it's impossible to know. We can only work within degrees of probability.
I understand that. Yes, it is impossible to know anything. The only thing that I know is that I know nothing. I get it. I'm with you on that. But I'm just saying, from the standpoint of this conversation, why am I hearing? Why do I feel like I'm hearing two things from you? I feel like, and maybe if this is a bad faith analogy, then call me out on it, and I will apologize. Okay? It's like meeting a dude that's walking out of a Walmart with his basket filled with Walmart shit from pageantry that goes on here.
Well, the issue isn't that shopper is legitimizing it. The issue is that they're funding it. Voting.
You live within it. Arguments. I'm not trying to make that.
That's why they work so hard at voter disenfranchisement. Work for every
5%
of the population. Was it 50? It couldn't have been 50. Hold on.
That's believable.
Section page. 18 years and older. Okay, it looks like about 58%, I think, of yeah. Oh, no, it was 2008. Let's just say 40% doesn't vote. Let's go on that. Seems like a good rough estimate.
What if that number was 90? What kind of think about that from the perspective of the ruling class.
I think they love it. If nobody voted, that'd be phenomenal for them.
I mean, they love it. They love knowing that 90% of the people out there in a country that's filled with guns have checked so far out of their influence that they don't even bother to participate in the stupid little pageant that they set up for them.
But the 40% that don't vote today aren't like revolutionary. They're apathetic. They're not going to rise against the government.
Some of them are apathetic. Some of them are lazy pieces of shit that don't give a fuck.
I don't mean lazy. When I say apathetic, I don't mean lazy. I mean they don't think the system can fix their problems. I'm not impugning their character.
That to me is not necessarily indicative of apathy. Thinking that the system is not the answer to your problem does not necessarily prescribe apathy in the world that I live in. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Well, if they don't do anything with it, like I don't think this will fix anything, so I won't do anything. I mean that's pretty much.
A lot of us do. A lot of them do. Well, dude, people have limited reach. So there are a lot of people that don't. There are a lot of people that don't vote that feel exactly like me, and they don't do nothing. They talk to their friends and family on Facebook. They're 2 little followers on Twitter when they can. Whoever will listen to them, they talk, and if that's worthless,
it's not worthless.
What we're doing here is jerking each other out.
That's not
Neither
worthless.
of us believe that.
But they should also vote. They should vote, and they should do the things they're already doing. I mean, I do more good for my cause by having this channel than I ever could by voting. I'm just one citizen of hundreds of millions, but I'm still going to vote.
And I respect your right to do that. And like I said, I'm not here trying to tell you don't vote. I'm telling you where I stand on it, why I can't. I don't know that we're going to come to a head or come to a point where we're going to like find a level of agreement necessarily on that. I hope that doesn't tear us apart as people that have similar visions for the future.
Yeah, I'm not trying to like shoot down any of your arguments or anything. I'm just
I feel like you are. I'm saying in the eyes of your audience, I don't want to be looked at as a foe. And a lot of times when I have conversations like this, I end up being everyone's foe. I'm not looking to be that. But I have no confidence in this system. I have no confidence in the current system as it exists to be reformable in enough time to stop becoming cataclysm.
Oh, I agree.
The ecological collapse.
I don't think
economic collapse.
I don't think it can either. My goal is just to have a system that brings people over ideologically. Usually,
so
when you far right,
let's live as comfortably as we can for as long as we can on this dying world and kick the can down the road to the next fucking generation.
No. Then we make the next generation more left-leaning through our action. Look at Bolsonaro, for example, or what's happening right now in Hungary or Poland. When far-right leaders take power, this empowers the far-right in that country. It leads to more people being born far-right. You can discuss these ideas openly. You can, if things get really far gone, school teachers begin to impress these ideas upon their school children. It goes likewise in the other direction. If you look at, and I am not defending these countries, but this is still a good example. If you look at what happened with Lenin and Stalin, Mao, and what happened in North Korea, even with Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam, you see that enabling far-left ideas in these countries also leads to a preponderance of these ideas spreading deep into the culture of that country, spreading from generation to generation. It's not that Bernie Sanders America could fix climate change. It couldn't. But Bernie Sanders America can bring about more people to the left. And if we do that, whatever revolutionary action takes place down the road will be far more likely to succeed. There's also the direct action argument. Vladimir Lenin said it himself that one of the greatest reasons for one of the
sorry about that. I'm trying to mask something that would likely get your channel banned retardedly.
No worries.
Please, I'm listening.
One of the Vladimir Lenin said it himself that one of the reasons you should engage in electoralism to prevent reactionary actors from taking the presidency or prime ministerial or whatever is because those reactionaries are more likely to destroy any direct action attempts that actually take place. That weak, inept, liberal, fucking limp dick people like Biden are way more likely to let us get away with shit than somebody like Trump would, which is why Trump has talked about demolishing the streets, using the unlimited power of the military against the protesters, sending in the National Guard, and enabling far-right groups to start mobilizing against protesters. Biden wouldn't do those things, or at the very least wouldn't do them as much. And in that way, our ability to directly change the system is predicated on the weakness and complicitness of our left-leaning leaders. So even a direct action argument benefits from keeping people like Trump from being the president.
Okay. I don't disagree on anything other than the idea that the only way to bring about that kind of direct action is by also going in and casting your vote that's going to go ahead and grease the wheels for the current system to continue.
I don't.
And allow Middle America to be real relieved when fucking Froyo opens up again down the street and go right back. Because let me tell you something, dude. You want to talk about some inept motherfuckers? That 60% that apparently does vote. I mean, let's not mince words here. Not everybody that shuffles in there to the polls with an idea who they're going to vote for is Friedrich Nietzsche or some shit. You know what I mean? There's not a lot of thinkers sprinkled in there. So this lack of an informed vote is just another argument against it.
Yeah, because our education systems.
I think there needs to be 2 components to have this kind of voting democracy work.
That's what
Number 1, you've got to have the right to vote, and we fail at that. It costs $1,000 in the state of Louisiana for somebody to get a license because they have to have proof of residency, which means they have to pay rent, and they have to have a car to get back and forth to a job so that they can pay rent. They don't have those things, so they can't vote. So number 1, we fail at providing access to the vote, which is a reason I don't participate. Number 2, every goddamn electoral cycle we hear about numerous stories where ballots disappeared or were erroneously cast for the other candidate, but it always comes out 2 weeks after that candidate's already been coronated, the governor or whatever it is. So nothing's ever done about it. I watched it happen at the presidential level in 2000 as an adult. Let me tell you how that felt.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was one of the greatest.
Let me tell you how it felt to watch the fucking Supreme Court of the United States hand the United States over to George W. Bush.
But if we want to fix that, if we want to fix voter disenfranchisement, voter ID laws, the misplacement of voting of voting stations, we need local elected officials. At the very least, voting down ballot, getting senators and congresspeople and governors on the ballot so they can make those changes necessary.
And the people in national power are just going to go along with this, right?
Well, yeah.
Hold on. Get rid of the Diebold machines that we can easily fucking get in and monkey with the numbers on. Oh, those trucks of votes that keep disappearing in Texas during every primary season. Those trucks of votes that come from brown people neighborhoods.
Yeah, well, that almost always happens. Yeah, that almost always happens in Republican districts. Voting in Democrats will go a long way towards fixing that. Yeah, well, sure. Republicans are the ones who want to get rid of brown people's votes because brown people vote Dem. So yeah,
I understand that, but nobody's stopping it by voting for Joe Biden.
Well, they are though, because if Democrats replace the Republicans in those seats, they can have much more power to influence the electoral positions in those districts. Yeah, Democrats have already formed committees for as long as Democrats are in office.
For how long until another righty comes along and pushes the Overton window a smidge back?
Then we keep voting and we keep them from getting back. We vote every single 2 years.
What a grinding nightmare that never has a fucking answer ever and that never gets better ever until it finally just rots and collapses.
That's like never making your bed because you know you're just going to unmake it that night. I mean, democracy is a process.
That, by the way, I don't make my fucking bed.
Well, democracy is a process, and the world is a better place if we try to keep it upheld rather than just allowing it to get worse because the people who actually do care about voting are all the octogenarian fucking retirement home Republicans who just want to get black people out of their state. If we participate in this process, we make things better for them. No, wait, not the octogenarians, the people of color and what have you. We get their votes tallied, and then hey, turns out when everyone's votes tallied, Republicans are never going to win in that district again. If we take it state by state, I mean, it's not guaranteed to work, but it's a process.
If the election of Joe Biden leads to mass enfranchisement of poor black and brown people in this country, and there's all of a sudden no more voter ID barrier, I'll come on your stream. You don't have to talk to me, and I'll eat a fucking shoe. You can pick what style. I'll go buy a pair of shoes, and I will eat a shoe on your stream.
What if
Joe Biden does a fucking thing for a black or brown person when it comes to enfranchising them?
A fucking thing? Okay, then I'll hold you to that.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let me correct myself. Maybe not a fucking thing, but if he actually goes a good distance towards fixing the problem of black and brown people being completely kept off the voter rolls with an economic barrier.
Yeah, that's a little vague, but I will say that yes, I think that with the Biden presidency, at the very least, the worsening tide will be abated, and possibly things will be made better. It's always an improvement, but I'll never stake a claim in Biden like fixing a problem. Fuck Biden. But at least keep it from getting worse, and it'll be better than it would have been under Trump. Things have gotten a lot worse under Trump over the past 4 years, like a lot at a local level too, because local representatives have felt empowered to get away with whatever the fuck they want to do. Like there are no rules anymore. Trump is president.
And look what happened though. What we were talking about earlier in the stream. Look at the uprising that's happened because the pressure was turned up. Because it wasn't an Obama or it wasn't a Joe Biden in office when COVID-19 hit. It was one of these fucking jackboot wearing fucking KKK loving Republicans that did it, and now look what's happening. Cities are burning, Vosh.
And the Democratic voters chose Biden overwhelmingly because they preferred electoralism, because they just wanted anyone to beat Trump. We showed them what the world was like under Trump, and they said, okay, we'll take any Democrat. We need things that break under a Democrat for these people to recognize that there's a wall further to the left of the DNC that they can break down.
I think knowing the fact that so many people are low information voters, asking your informed audience to go out and vote for Biden and hoping that he would win, kicks the can down the road another fucking 4 to 8 years, and allows these people, some of them that are feeling righteously indignant right now, taking to the streets in their cities all over this fucking country and the world. I guess this is spreading.
I don't see how letting Trump
people like, oh well, now I've got a reason to go home because we did it, boys. We put Biden in the presidency.
Oh, sure, the liberals,
back to the hood.
But the lefties.
Going back to the hood, y'all.
I don't think there's any evidence to indicate that a Biden presidency would be marked by great civil rest. I think that the material conditions that this is a fundamental component of Marxism. People's radicalizations are a part of material conditions, not a part of what leader is in power. It doesn't matter whether Trump or Biden is at the helm. America is still broken, and the brokenness, the disrepair, is going to motivate people towards direct action one way or another. I just rather have a person in office who is A, less likely to fight against that, and B, more likely to reveal the inherent inconsistencies within the DNC's approach towards fixing America. And if we can do that, I mean, maybe we can get something out of this. Maybe we can get another Bernie Sanders to take the helm in 2024. I know some people say AOC. I'm not really sure about that.
Are you a proponent of eventual revolution?
Yeah, very much so.
You know, let's talk a little Marxish. You know what I mean? We're talking about the proletariat rising up and seizing the means of production.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Do you think that you think Joe Biden's a move towards that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there's a disagreement. I mean, maybe we can hash it out, but I just don't know that you and I are ever going to agree on that.
Possibly. I mean, again, it's mostly a matter of showing the Democrats where the faults lie. Not with Trump, but with liberalism. Not with the Republican Party, but with the current system. And if we can't do that as long as they're fighting against an obvious cartoon enemy. It's like a Saturday morning cartoon. Nobody would recognize the secret evil villain that runs the hero's base as long as they have like Mordak to fight. As long as there's an obvious threat. As long as there's a very clear and consistent ideologically opposed enemy. The greater evil looms overhead, unknownst to, I guess, the general population.
I mean,
in my opinion.
I agree. I mean, look, dude, I agree with certain parts of that opinion. I disagree with others. The part that I kind of take umbrage with is this idea that Trump hasn't moved us in a positive direction. And let me explain myself before everybody goes ape shit, okay? We're at 3.5 years of Donald Trump, the big fucking racist doofus that just, you know, anytime he's got a chance to cool things off, he just inflames them. And look at what's happening. COVID-19 comes along, and there's this shockingly inept response led by his guy. Do you think that
more likely people's radical, there's any evidence
because we did it, boys, cities. No. I think knowing the fact that so many
we need things that break under a Democrat for these people to recognize that there's a wall further to the left of the DNC that they can break down.
I think knowing the fact that so many people are low information voters, asking your informed audience to go out and vote for Biden and hoping that he would win, kicks the can down the road another fucking 4 to 8 years, and allows these people, some of them that are feeling righteously indignant right now, taking to the streets in their cities all over this fucking country and the world. I guess this is spreading.
I don't see how letting Trump
people like, oh well, now I've got a reason to go home because we did it, boys. We put Biden in the presidency.
Oh, sure, the liberals.
Back to the hood.
But the lefties.
Going back to the hood, y'all.
I don't think there's any evidence to indicate that a Biden presidency would be marked by great civil rest. I think that the material conditions that this is a fundamental component of Marxism. People's radicalizations are a part of material conditions, not a part of what leader is in power. It doesn't matter whether Trump or Biden is at the helm. America is still broken, and the brokenness, the disrepair, is going to motivate people towards direct action one way or another. I just rather have a person in office who is A, less likely to fight against that, and B, more likely to reveal the inherent inconsistencies within the DNC's approach towards fixing America. And if we can do that, I mean, maybe we can get something out of this. Maybe we can get another Bernie Sanders to take the helm in 2024. I know some people say AOC. I'm not really sure about that.
Are you a proponent of eventual revolution?
Yeah, very much so.
Now let's talk a little Marxish. You know what I mean? We're talking about the proletariat rising up and seizing the means of production.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Do you think that you think Joe Biden's a move towards that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there's a disagreement. I mean, maybe we can hash it out, but I just don't know that you and I are ever going to agree on that.
Possibly. I mean, again, it's mostly a matter of showing the Democrats where the faults lie. Not with Trump, but with liberalism. Not with the Republican Party, but with the current system. And if we can't do that as long as they're fighting against an obvious cartoon enemy. It's like a Saturday morning cartoon. Nobody would recognize the secret evil villain that runs the hero's base as long as they have like Mordak to fight. As long as there's an obvious threat. As long as there's a very clear and consistent ideologically opposed enemy. The greater evil looms overhead, unknownst to, I guess, the general population.
I mean, in my opinion. I agree. I mean, look, dude, I agree with certain parts of that opinion. I disagree with others. The part that I kind of take umbrage with is this idea that Trump hasn't moved us in a positive direction. And let me explain myself before everybody goes ape shit, okay? We're at 3.5 years of Donald Trump, the big fucking racist.
I guess there's nothing I can pull there. Let's see. What I want to do is warp this. There it is. An empty layer. Go fuck yourself. Okay. We're wrapping. Was that implemented yet? That's fine. That's easily fixed. Or not. Thank you. Images. Is there context to this? All I got is the image. Oh, that's fine. I'll take that. Is there an image I can put on the left side? Anyway, just type in Paul's ego. Let's see. Let's get rid of these question marks. I think that works out pretty good. Alright, we're ready to export this.
Biden administration officials also are worried that Ukraine is running out of forces, while Russia has a seemingly endless supply. Ukraine.
What? The hell did you hear, TJ? I heard what was said. Open your ears.
Onion nuggets.
This is one of the videos that our
Thursday.
Oh wait. Super scale this shit. Export in 4K. Yes. Okay, so while I was doing that, well, this sucks.
Rated T for T.
Where am I? And want it to be good, you know. Apparently, it's not. Oh, I'm sad. Well, all this exports, I'm going to call it for now. Probably be back on... Max's channel here. Gonna be doing some D&D tonight. Hopefully. Thanks. Gifted me a sub. Anyways, I'm gonna watch a show. Draw some pictures.